Chapter 206. Early morning. Mist filled the air. Qin Feiyang stood by the lake, breathing in the fresh air and exhaling the turbid air in his body. Da-da! Not long after, Ling Yunfei ran to Calm Heart Lake and stood beside Qin Feiyang with an excited face. Qin Feiyang looked at him and smiled. Looking at your appearance, have you successfully opened the second level? Ling Yunfei nodded and said with a sincere face. I came here specially to thank you. If I didn't meet you, I wouldn't have been able to achieve what I have today. Qin Feiyang smiled and let out a long breath. He turned to Ling Yunfei and asked, Do you still want to become stronger? Yes. Ling Yunfei nodded without hesitation. Qin Feiyang said, Then I'll teach you Ice Crystal Finger, Mad Lion Roar, Rushing Thunder Kill Fist, Binding Tiger Hand, and Thunder Wind Palm. Thank you. Ling Yunfei's body trembled as he hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked him. With such a perfect martial skill, it was completely enough to dominate the same realm. Qin Feiyang entered the attic, found 5 bamboo slips, and wrote down the cultivation method one by one on the bamboo slips. Fatso and Lu Hong walked downstairs and curiously surrounded him. Damn, boss, you're going to teach me everything! Fatso's eyes lit up. Lu Hong's face was also filled with desire. After putting down the brush and ink, Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them and said with a smile, You guys can cultivate together! Fatso smiled obsequiously. Thank you, boss. Fat Lord knows that boss is selfless and will definitely not be biased. Lu Hong said, A few days ago, you were still complaining that he was biased. Fatso's expression froze, and said angrily, Life is hard, don't you know? You really don't know anything. Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him. Clang! At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a girl in green walked in. Qin Feiyang and the others frowned when they saw this. The person who came was none other than Princess Pan, Xia Qianqian. Put it away, Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. He leaned back on the chair and looked at the girl silently. After Ling Yunfei put away the bamboo slips, he sat beside Fatso. Lu Hong squatted beside Qin Feiyang to make tea. After Xia Qianqian entered, she did not greet them. She wandered around the living room and sized up the layout around her. It was arrogant and rude. There was a trace of disdain on his face. Ah, such a shabby place to entertain VIPs. The martial imperial palace of the county of Yan is so lousy. A moment later, Xia Qianqian shook her head. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Now, as members of the Martial King Hall, they couldn't tolerate outsiders slandering the Martial King Hall. Furthermore, this outsider was not from the county of Yan. The princess is naturally delicate. This place is indeed not suitable for you, so please go back, lest you be wronged here. Lu Hong was the first to speak with a faint smile. At the same time, she twisted the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Qin Feiyang and the others, but did not pour a cup for Xia Qianqian. She did not even prepare a teacup for Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian frowned and looked at Lu Hong from head to toe. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Your maid is so rude? Maid? Lu Hong's delicate body trembled slightly. Qin Feiyang patted her shoulder and comforted her. Then, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Xia Qianqian. His face instantly turned cold. You're the one who's rude. You don't knock when you enter someone else's place. You don't even greet me when you enter. You live in someone else's place and complain about the poor environment. I really don't know how the county king of Pan County educates his daughter. If this is your quality, then I can only say that you're too uneducated. You should throw it back and be remade. Qin Feiyang mocked mercilessly. At first, Xia Qianqian's expression was a little ugly. By the time Qin Feiyang finished speaking, her face was already covered with frost. Ling Yunfei smiled evilly and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He said very seriously, Your words are really too honest, but I don't understand. What do you mean by being remade? Fatso said disdainfully. Are you stupid? Don't you understand? This means that you should stuff it back into your mother's womb and do it again. Oh! Ling Yunfei suddenly understood. Hearing this conversation and looking at the expressions of the four people, Xia Qianqian was so angry that her body trembled. Howl! At this moment, Wolf King howled and ran down the stairs excitedly. It glanced at Xia Qianqian, turned around, jumped up, and landed on the chair beside it. Then, it actually half lay there like a human. Seeing that funny look, Xia Qianqian's eyes were filled with disdain. The faces of Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but twitch. This guy was too weird, wasn't he? If he was given a pair of sunglasses, he would really look like a big shot. However, they had already expected that Xia Qianqian would definitely go crazy with anger. If it were anyone else, they would definitely stop Wolf King. But now, they all crossed their arms and prepared to watch a good show. Wolf King said indifferently, "Lu Hong, do you have any wine?" "No." Lu Hong shook her head. "I do." Ling Yunfei took out a jar of wine, opened the wine seal, and handed it to Wolf King. Wolf King hugged the wine jar with his two paws, raised his head, and took a sip. He praised, "So refreshing." Then, he looked at Xia Qianqian and said proudly, "Although your quality is not good and you look a little annoying, your status is passable and your aptitude is not bad. You are barely qualified to be Brother Wolf's little follower." "Little follower?" Xia Qianqian was stunned, then gritted her teeth and glared at Wolf King. Qin Feiyang and the other three were holding back their faces red. It seemed that no one deserved a beating more than it. That arrogant look really made people want to hit it with a brick. "What? You don't want to? It's a supreme honor to be Brother Wolf's little follower. Let me tell you, if you miss today, even if you strip in front of Brother Wolf in the future, Brother Wolf won't take you in," Wolf King said coldly and arrogantly. "Strip?" Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other. Wolf King's method of insulting people was indeed extraordinary. This time, Xia Qianqian would explode with anger. As expected. "You scoundrel Wolf, this princess will skin you alive today!" She was like a crazy tigress, her aura erupting as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws towards Wolf King. "So it's just a 9-star martial master," Qin Feiyang whispered. Xia Qianqian's age seemed to be about the same as his, maybe a little younger. However, she had lived in the royal family since she was young, and her starting point was many times higher than others. Now, she was only a 9-star martial master. Qin Feiyang used his mind to send a sound transmission and warned, "White-eyed wolf, be gentle, don't really kill her." "Heh heh." Wolf King laughed sinisterly, and suddenly jumped up, sweeping past Xia Qianqian's head. However, his tail fiercely slapped Xia Qianqian's left face. Bam! A bright red mark appeared on the ground. "Ah!" Xia Qianqian screamed in pain. Then, she touched her burning left face, and an uncontrollable anger rose in her heart. She was the princess of Pan County, a priceless body. Even her father had not beaten her, but now she was being slapped in the face by a wolf? She could not endure this kind of humiliation. "Grandma Hua!" she suddenly screamed. The old woman in green robes rushed into the living room like a bolt of lightning. Xia Qianqian immediately ran in front of her, pointed at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said angrily, "They bullied me, and that wolf even hit me. Look at my face, Grandma Hua, I want you to kill them." "Kill?" Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. He thought that this woman was just being willful. But he didn't expect that her heart was still so vicious. When the old woman in green saw the mark on Xia Qianqian's face, a terrifying cold light burst out from her eyes. She shouted, "Who did it?" "Me!" Qin Feiyang stood up without hesitation and looked at her coldly. Xia Qianqian said, "It's not him, it's that wolf. You're courting death." The old woman in green waved her hand, and a resplendent battle chi shot towards Wolf King. "Fuck, she really wants to kill!" Wolf King's expression changed, and he hurriedly moved to the side. With a bang, a deep pit was blasted out of the ground. Pieces of gravel shot up into the air. Qin Feiyang's group of 4 and Wolf King were all hit by the gravel. Their skin and flesh were lacerated, and blood gushed out. "What's going on?" At this moment, Shijing rushed in. When he saw the situation of Qin Feiyang and the others, he was immediately furious. He shouted at the old woman in green. What are you doing? Where do you think this is? How can you do whatever you want? I'm doing whatever I want. The old woman in green smiled coldly. With a wave of her hand, 3 streams of battle qi shot towards Shijing. Shijing dodged too. The 3rd stream of battle qi pierced through his right shoulder. His entire body was sent flying. Blood spurted out from the wound. You old witch, you actually want to kill Elder Shi? Fatso gritted his teeth and cracked his eyes. Lu Hong's face was also covered in frost. Ever since they came to the martial imperial palace, other than Elder Wan and the beautiful woman, Shijing had treated them the best. All along, they all respected Shijing. At this moment, seeing that Shijing was seriously injured, a strong killing intent surged out from their hearts. Wolf King shouted, "A wolf will take responsibility for his own actions. If there's anything, come at your grandpa wolf. Don't hurt the innocent. All right, I'll fulfill your wish." The old woman in green flickered with a cold light as she took a step forward and landed in front of Wolf King. Her skinny hand slapped towards Wolf King's head. Are you fucking serious? Wolf King was shocked. Grandma Hua, save me! At this moment, Xia Qianqian suddenly screamed. It turned out that it was Qin Feiyang. While the old woman in green was attacking Wolf King, he also rushed behind Xia Qianqian and took out the Chang Shui, placing it on Xia Qianqian's neck. How dare you! The old woman in green turned around and a terrifying baleful aura surged from her body. Fatso and Lu Hong, Ling Yunfei and Wolf King. They all ran behind Qin Feiyang. Fatso cursed loudly. Old witch, why don't you go and ask around? What is there that boss doesn't dare to do? Wolf King said with disdain. That's right, we're not even afraid of the 8-star War Emperor, why would we be afraid of an old bird like you? The old woman in green clenched her fists and said sinisterly, If you dare to harm a single hair on her head, I will make you regret coming to this world. Even Yan Nanshan won't be able to protect you. So awesome? Does your mother know? Qin Feiyang sneered. Little Qin Zi, her mother is already in the coffin, how would she know? Wolf King chuckled. That's true. Chapter 207. You're courting death. The green-robed old woman's killing intent rose, and a terrifying pressure roared out. Hey! Qin Feiyang grinned, and with a slight force of his arm, a bloody mark immediately appeared on Xia Qianqian's neck. Xia Qianqian also screamed on the spot. Her face was full of fear. Seeing this, the green-robed old woman trembled and hurriedly withdrew her pressure. Try moving again? Qin Feiyang revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who she is? The green-robed old woman said gloomily. Wolf King said disdainfully. TSK, isn't she just the princess of Pan County? What's so great about her? We even dared to mess up the wedding of the first prince of Yan County, let alone you two outsiders. If you don't want her to die, then stand there obediently and don't move. Fatso rubbed his wrist as he sneakily walked towards the green-robed old woman. What do you want? The green-robed old woman said in a deep voice. What do I want? Of course, I want to seek justice for Elder Shi. Fatso walked up, raised his hand, and slapped the green-robed old woman. The green-robed old woman was about to make a move. Don't you dare move! Qin Feiyang sneered and used a little more force. The wound on Xia Qianqian's neck deepened. Xia Qianqian's face turned pale, and she screamed repeatedly. The green-robed old woman was shocked. Slap! Fatso slapped her face. A palm print immediately appeared on the green-robed old woman's wrinkled face. The green-robed old woman was stunned. He actually dared to slap her? It hurts. This slap is a loss. Fatso took the opportunity to quickly retreat, and while shaking his hand, he complained. Qin Feiyang and the others glared at Fatso fiercely. Could he not be funny at this time? Boom! The green-robed old woman also suddenly raised her head, and her aura erupted. The entire pavilion was torn apart on the spot with a loud bang. After hitting her, he still complained that his hand hurt? This was really unbearable. This scene? Elder Juan and the beautiful woman happened to see him. I knew something bad would happen. We shouldn't have let them stay in the soothing lake last night. Both of them looked vexed. Shijing, who was half kneeling by the lake, was both touched and worried. If it was any other young man, they would have long since knelt before the green-robed old woman and begged for mercy. Why would they care if he was injured or not? However, not only did these youngsters not beg for mercy, they even wanted to seek justice for him. Just based on the slap that Fatso gave the green-robed old woman, the injury on his shoulder was not in vain. However, the green-robed old woman was a combat emperor after all. She was also the law-enforcing elder of the Martial King Palace in the Pan County. Offending such an important person would definitely bring about endless troubles in the future. Therefore, he was worried for them. However, when he saw Elder Juan and the other person, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Swish! Elder Juan and the beautiful woman landed beside Qin Feiyang's group at the same time. Are you done fooling around? Why aren't you releasing Princess Xia? The two of them shouted. What a bunch of troublesome little bastards. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and took back the Chang Shui. Xia Qianqian immediately fled and hid behind the green-robed old woman. Her body was trembling, and her face was deathly pale. It was obvious. Too frightened. With Grandma Hua here, it's fine. The green-robed old woman turned around and hugged her in her arms. After comforting her with a few words, she looked at Elder Juan and the other person and said coldly, You must give this old man a satisfactory explanation. Elder Juan shouted. Qin Feiyang, why did you threaten Princess Xia? Qin Feiyang said, That old witch wanted to kill the white-eyed wolf, so this disciple had no choice. Elder Juan's face twitched as he glared at him fiercely, as if to say, Old witch, how can you call her that? Didn't you also call her old witch? Qin Feiyang muttered in dissatisfaction. Lower your voice, are you afraid that she won't be able to hear you? Elder Juan's face darkened as he said angrily in Qin Feiyang's ear. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, I'm already very quiet. Besides, aren't you a straightforward person? What are you afraid of? Elder Juan was a little embarrassed and asked again. Then why did she want to kill Wolf King? Why are you asking so many questions? Aren't you annoying? Brother Wolf will tell you. Wolf King told him in detail. Fatty added a few more sentences to add fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Elder Juan and the beautiful woman's faces suddenly became extremely ugly as they looked at the green-robed old woman and the other person in unison. My martial imperial hall is indeed shabby and can't accommodate two great Buddhas like you. You'd better find another place to stay, the beautiful woman said lightly. I always thought that Qin Feiyang was arrogant and rude enough, but I didn't expect that the princess of Pan County was even worse than him. Elder Juan sneered. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang choked on his saliva. He couldn't think of when he was arrogant and rude. Indeed, his attitude towards some people was very arrogant. But those people were not worthy of respect. Wasn't he always courteous and courteous to people worthy of respect? The green-robed old woman also frowned and looked down at the girl in her arms. She said angrily, Didn't I tell you to behave yourself when you came to the county of Yen? Xia Qianqian lowered her head and panicked. The green-robed old woman sighed and looked up at Elder Juan and the beautiful woman. She said, Qianqian is indeed in the wrong and I apologize to you. But how are you going to pay for this slap? Elder Juan and the beautiful woman then noticed the palm print on the green-robed old woman's face. What happened? The two of them were stunned. Who was so bold? I slapped her. Fatso took a step forward and raised his head, looking majestic. Elder Juan rewarded him with a slap on the head and shouted, You think you're awesome? You even dared to slap the War Emperor. Are you tired of living? I'm not awesome. It was this old witch who wanted to kill Elder Shi. That's why I slapped her. Elder, you often teach me that the martial imperial hall does not cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it. Although I'm weak, I'm hot-blooded and will not allow anyone to behave atrociously in the martial Imperial Hall. Fatso didn't know where he got his courage from, but he shouted righteously. Elder Wan's face twitched. Sure enough, none of these bastards were easy to deal with. He looked at the green-robed old woman and said, You killed someone in the martial Imperial Hall without any reason. It's all your fault. Elder Wan continued, However, it's indeed a little wrong for a disciple of the martial Imperial Hall to slap you. Cough, cough. Fatso apologized to her. Just a little? The green-robed old woman's eyes burned with anger. The beautiful woman said coldly, If you want to continue, we'll accompany you to the end. We can even call the people from the state capital to deal with it. The green-robed old woman glanced at the two of them. Fatso smiled proudly and cupped his hands. Old witch, cough. Elder Wan coughed loudly. Fatso quivered and continued, Elder, it was Fat Lord just now. Elder Wan slapped him and said angrily, Do you know how to talk? Fat Lord, do you think I won't make you fatter? Fatso looked wronged and cupped his hands. Elder, I was wrong just now. Please be magnanimous, and don't bother with Fat Lord. Fat Lord again? Apologize again. Elder Wan roared and his veins popped. He really wanted to tear Fatso's mouth apart. The green-robed old woman was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She said gloomily, Forget about the apology. I just want to ask you, do you accept my Panjun's challenge? Elder Wan frowned and said, We are still discussing this matter. We will give you an answer in 2 days. All right, I'll wait for 2 more days. The green-robed old woman grabbed Xia Qianqian and left without looking back. You're leaving just like that? Fatso was stunned. If you don't leave, will you stay and embarrass yourself? Wolf King disdained. At this moment, Shijing walked in and said with a smile, Thank you, little fellows, but in the future don't mess around like this. Elder Wan said, No, that's how it should be. Qin Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded on the spot. Shijing was also extremely stunned. Elder Wan snorted coldly, If you don't hit this kind of person, she won't be honest. The beautiful woman said, Indeed, Fatso should have slapped her a few more times just now. The few of them looked at each other. What was going on? The two elders seemed to be a little angry today. Qin Feiyang asked in confusion. Elder, what was the challenge they were talking about just now? Elder Wan said, The people from Pan County want to have a friendly match with us. Friendly match? The few of them were stunned and puzzled. Elder Wan said, To put it bluntly, it's a match between the younger generation of our Yen County and the younger generation of their Pan County. Wolf King said, Fight, what's there to be afraid of? Fatso nodded and said, Yes, kill them and let them know why their chrysanthemums are so yellow. Elder Wan glared at him and sighed. If it's just a simple match, of course we won't refuse. But what's infuriating is that they actually want us to fight in Pan County. What the hell? It's Pan County who challenged our Yen County. Shouldn't they take the initiative to come to Yen County? Why should we go all the way to Pan County? Ling Yunfei and the others were a little indignant. Elder Wan said, That's right. That's what pisses us off. Qin Feiyang asked, Is there a bet? If it's just a simple friendly match, then it's meaningless. Yes, that's the second reason why they're pissed. They said, If Pan County loses, they'll give us 100 Crimson Fire Glaze pills. But if we lose, we'll have to give you to them. Elder Wan said. Ling Yunfei and the others looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. After all this time, was Pan Jun here for him? Qin Feiyang was also a little dumbfounded. He said helplessly, So, in the eyes of those people from Pan County, I'm only worth 100 Crimson Fire Glaze pills, and they're just ordinary Crimson Fire Glaze pills. Shijing asked, Elder, what do you think? The beautiful woman said angrily, They're basically robbing us. Do you think we'll agree? A supreme-grade alchemist was very important to any faction. For example, a supreme-grade Crimson Fire Glaze pill could raise one's cultivation by 2 levels. Another example was the potential pill, which could break through the limits and open the door of potential. It could be said that a supreme-grade alchemist could raise the overall strength of a place to a level in a short period of time. So, the Yen County would definitely not agree. Chapter 208. Elder Wan looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What do you think? Should we agree?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I'm a disciple of the Martial Imperial Hall now. I'll do whatever you decide." The woman said, "But didn't you say you have to mourn? You can't leave the county of Yen?" "Ahem." Qin Feiyang choked, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "For the honor of the county of Yen, I believe my father won't blame me." Elder Wan and Elder Wan looked at each other suspiciously. But they didn't ask. "One more thing. They're asking about the potential elixir," Elder Wan said meaningfully. Then, the woman turned into a ray of light and flew away. "Potential elixir!" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Shijing and smiled. "Elder Shi, go heal your wounds. Leave the rebuilding of the attic to us." "Okay." Shijing nodded and returned to the balcony of the attic. He took a healing elixir and closed his eyes to heal his wounds. Fatso asked, "Boss, is your father really dead?" Wolf King rolled his eyes at Fatso and said, "If little Qinzi's father is dead, the entire Great Qin Empire will be shaken." "Is it that serious?" Ling Yunfei and the other two looked at each other. Fatso went up to Wolf King and smiled obsequiously. "Brother Wolf, do you know who Boss's father is?" "None of your business." Wolf King glared at him and ran toward the wooden bridge. "Where are you going?" Qin Feiyang shouted. "To find some wine," the Wolf King said without looking back, and quickly disappeared from their line of sight. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. This ruffian wolf really doesn't know when to stop. He looked at Fatso and said, "Give me the herbs for the potential elixir." After getting the herbs, Qin Feiyang went straight to the castle. Fatso pursed his lips and said, "Boss is willing to tell Brother Wolf his identity, but not us. Obviously, he doesn't trust us." "What are you talking about?" Lu Hong furrowed her brows and said angrily, "If he didn't trust you, would he let you manage the herbs?" Ling Yunfei nodded and said, "Lu Hong is right. It's not that he doesn't trust us. It's just that he doesn't want to remember his past." "Why?" Fatso was puzzled. Ling Yunfei said, "I don't know either. But last time, after we escaped from the Eagle Claw Peak, I mentioned his father when chatting with him. But he seems to be very sensitive about his father." "Sensitive?" Fatso and Lu Hong looked at each other, their eyes full of bewilderment. Ling Yunfei smiled and said, "All right, don't think about it. When the time is right, he will naturally tell us. Quickly help to build the loft. Wait, before that, there's one more thing that needs to be dealt with." Fatso laughed sinisterly and took out the image crystal. Amidst the radiance, Steward Li's figure appeared. "Fatso, what are you doing? Is Boss Qin looking for some herbs again?" Manager Li asked with a smile. "You're thinking too much. Today, Fat Lord is not looking for you to buy herbs. He wants you to do him a favor," Fatso said with a sinister smile. Manager Li rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Looking at your treacherous face, it's definitely not something good." "Say it," Fatso said. "You know about the two people in Pan County, right?" Manager Li nodded. "If they go to the treasure pavilion, don't see them, let alone say anything," Fatso said with a smile. "What? Did they offend Boss Qin?" Manager Li was surprised. "What do you think?" Fatso asked back. "All right, since Boss Qin has spoken, how can this old man not listen? Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, this old man will go back to work," Manager Li said. "Thank you very much." After Fatso finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. At the same time, Flying Phoenix House. In a private room. "Qianqian, why are you so insensible? I told you repeatedly not to provoke that Qin Feiyang. Why didn't you listen?" I originally wanted to ask him for a potential pill to help you open the first level of the door of potential. Isn't there no hope now? The green-robed old woman said angrily. Xia Qianqian said aggrievedly. I didn't offend him that much. Then you call that not much? The green-robed old woman shook her head helplessly and sighed. Your young lady's temper works on others, but it won't work on Qin Feiyang. Grandma Hua, can you not boost others' morale and destroy our own prestige? Xia Qianqian complained unhappily. You still haven't grown up. You can't see the situation clearly. The green-robed old woman sighed. Although Xia Qianqian was the princess of Pan County and her talent was not bad, compared to Qin Feiyang, she was too far away. Take the state government for example. They would send an invitation to Qin Feiyang, but they would definitely not send an invitation to Xia Qianqian. But this kid is too arrogant. If there's a chance in the future, we'll have to teach him a lesson. The green-robed old woman's eyes flashed coldly. That's easy. As long as Yan County agrees to our challenge, with the power of Pan County, we'll definitely make them suffer a crushing defeat. When that time comes, I'll make Qin Feiyang work like a horse for me and listen to my orders for the rest of his life. Xia Qianqian said resentfully. The green-robed old woman shook her head and said, I'm just afraid that the big shots of Yan County won't agree to this challenge. Don't run around. I'm going to Treasure Pavilion. Why are you going to Treasure Pavilion? Xia Qianqian asked hurriedly. Isn't it to find the potential pill for you? The green-robed old woman got up and walked out of the pavilion quickly. When she passed by the lobby, a conversation attracted her attention. She stopped and listened silently. Brother, do you know? Qin Feiyang used to sit in the seat you're sitting in now. Really? Then I'm really lucky. Maybe one day, I'll be like him and become a well-known big shot. In your dreams. Not only is young Master Qin a supreme-grade alchemist, but he also opened the legendary door of potential, and it's the second level. With your ability, you want to be like him? Most importantly, he's a good person. Hee, I'm just saying. A few middle-aged men were talking. The green-robed old woman's eyes flashed and walked over with a smile. She cupped her hands and said, Friends, can you tell me about Qin Feiyang's deeds? In an instant, the diners in the lobby all looked at the green-robed old woman in unison. Their eyes were very strange. Is there a problem? The green-robed old woman was puzzled and a little uncomfortable. Young Master Qin's glorious deeds have long been known by everyone. You actually don't know? Are you from our Yen City? The two burly men frowned. This old woman just came to Yen City not long ago. The green-robed old woman smiled amiably. A burly man in white shouted, I've seen her before. She's the one who forced us to kneel outside the city that day. Young Master Qin was also there at that time. What? How dare you force young Master Qin to kneel? Old witch, who are you? How dare you? Do you believe that we'll drown you with a mouthful of saliva each? Damn you! Young Master Qin is such a good person, you actually bullied him. Are you still human? Everyone suddenly stood up and glared at the green-robed old woman, cursing out all kinds of words. Even her 18 generations of ancestors were not spared. The green-robed old woman's face was a little ugly. She never thought that just because of a small matter, it would actually cause public anger. It seemed that this Qin Feiyang was not only a monster, but also a person who was deeply loved. Filled with anger and helplessness, she tactfully left. At the precious treasure pavilion. As soon as the green-robed old woman walked in, all the staff looked at her strangely. What's going on? The green-robed old woman mumbled to herself. She walked in front of one of the staff and smiled. May I know if your manager is here? The staff said, The manager is not here, and the precious treasure pavilion does not welcome you. Please leave. The green-robed old woman raised her eyebrows and said angrily, What do you mean by this? The precious treasure pavilion is open for business. How can you chase a customer out? The staff said, We have no choice. This is the order from above. Please leave. This is too much. The green-robed old woman waved her sleeves and walked out angrily. How dare she offend young Master Qin? Doesn't she know that by offending young Master Qin, she's going against the entire Yen city? I really don't know where this idiot came from. Before the green-robed old woman walked out of the precious treasure pavilion, the staff and customers could not help but whisper. Hearing these whispers, the green-robed old woman's eyes darkened. What did Qin Feiyang do? Why are there so many people helping him? She went to the Danwang Hall, the royal family, and the Lin family. However, she was told by the three forces that the leaders had gone to the Martial Imperial Hall and could not see her. She finally knew what it was like to be despised. At the same time, Martial Imperial Hall, Meeting Hall. Yan Nanshan was not the only one in the hall. Elder Wan, the beautiful lady, King Yan, and the others were also present. Yan Nanshan glanced at the crowd and said, Everyone, I've told you the purpose of Pan Jun's visit. Now, let's talk about it. What should we do? The matter between Zwen and the Blood Slaughter Palace has not been settled. I think we should ignore them for now. King Yan was the first to speak. Steward Li shook his head and said, I disagree. Pan Jun's attitude is too arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know what's good for them. I also agree with Steward Li's suggestion. Although I hate Qin Feiyang and can't wait for him to get lost. But this matter is not about our personal reputation. It's about the dignity of the entire county of Yen. We can't refuse, Ma Qing said. That's right. We have to fight this battle and we have to do it with all our might. The Lin family's patriarch nodded. King Yan glanced at the few of them and couldn't help but frown. He looked at Yan Nanshan and said, If we really accept the challenge, Qin Feiyang will definitely be one of the main forces. Have you asked his opinion? Elder Wan said. We have. He said that the 100 red fire glaze elixirs that Pan Jun has offered are too little. This brat is really greedy. Steward Li shook his head and laughed. He pondered for a moment and said, Let's do it this way. We don't want the elixirs. We want 100 sets of red fire glaze elixirs and 20 sets of potential elixirs. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. King Yan laughed and said, If Pan Jun agrees to this condition, I have no objections. But if we win, how are we going to distribute the spoils? Chapter 209. Yan Nanshan frowned. Pan County hasn't agreed yet. Isn't it too early to talk about the distribution of benefits? That's true. Ma Cheng and the others nodded. Yan Nanshan said, Old Wan, go find them immediately and explain this to them. Okay. Elder Wan nodded and rushed out of the hall, disappearing quickly. The leaders in the hall became a little uneasy. Because they were afraid that Pan County wouldn't accept, and they would be happy for nothing. Elder Wan went out to ask around and found out that the old woman in green robes was at the Flying Phoenix house. It was because the old woman in green robes was too famous now. Everyone was talking about her. However, her notoriety was spread far and wide. After knowing this, Elder Wan couldn't help but sneer. When he entered the Flying Phoenix house, he found the old woman in green robes and explained his purpose. The old woman in green robes nodded and agreed without a word. She had suffered too much today, and it had completely ignited the anger in her heart. Elder Wan immediately went back to report. Ma Cheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief and began to discuss the distribution of benefits. The whole day, the quarrels in the conference hall never stopped. Until evening. Only then did the various leaders leave in satisfaction. Early the next morning, the beautiful woman came to Soothing Lake. What? We're going to Pan County now? After the beautiful woman explained the situation, Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. The beautiful woman smiled. Quickly prepare and gather at the conference hall, Qin Feiyang said. There's nothing to prepare, but there are only 100 scarlet fire-colored glass elixirs. I'm not interested, the beautiful woman said. It's changed now. It's 100 sets of scarlet fire-colored glass elixirs and 20 sets of potential pills. Really? Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Fatso and Wolf King were also excited. The beautiful woman nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay, let's go. The beautiful woman looked at Fatso and Lu Hong and asked, They're going too? Is there a problem? Qin Feiyang frowned. After going to Pan County, he would continue to buy herbs. Of course, he had to bring along Fatso and Li Tianlan. The beautiful woman pondered for a moment and nodded. Let's go then. Shijing stood up and stood on the balcony. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, After you go to Pan County, perform well. Don't embarrass our Martial King Hall. Elder, don't worry. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out a Qianquan pouch. He threw it to Shijing and said with a smile, Elder, I'll have to trouble you to distribute some medicinal pills to everyone during this period of time when I'm not around. All right. Shijing nodded. The beautiful woman waved her hand and led the 3 people and 1 wolf to the conference hall. In the main hall, other than the big shots, Jiangjini also came. There were also many old acquaintances. The royal family had the first prince and the 2 youths who had fought in the square. The Lin family had Lin Hao and Lin Hua. In the Danmong Hall were Shui Yang, Wang Xia, and Xie Fang. In the Martial King Hall were Feng Ling-er, Luo Qingzhu, Zhao Shuanger, and Ling Yunfei. As soon as Qin Feiyang entered the hall, Lin Hua looked at him with resentment. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one and frowned slightly. This was the Yan County's lineup? Wasn't it a little too weak? As if seeing Qin Feiyang's confusion, the beautiful woman said in a low voice, Pan County has a requirement. Only those under the age of 20 are allowed to participate in this competition. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. He turned around and looked at the first prince, Lin Hao, and Shui Yang with a strange expression. Brother Qin, why are you looking at us like that? The first prince asked with a smile. Lin Hao and Shui Yang also frowned. Qin Feiyang asked, Are you guys really not 20 yet? As soon as the words came out, the conference hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at him, their faces twitching non-stop. Was it really a good idea to question the age of the 3 of them? Not to mention, did the 3 of them look that old? Lin Hao and Shui Yang's faces darkened immediately. The first prince also raised his eyebrows and smiled. Brother Qin, I can tell you very responsibly that we are only 19 years old. Maybe it's because we have been under a lot of pressure since we were young, so we are more mature than our peers. Oh. Qin Feiyang nodded, but his eyes were still full of doubt. Ahem. Since everyone is here, I will say a few words. This friendly competition is related to the reputation and glory of the Yan County. So, I hope that you can put aside your personal grudges for the time being and unite against the outside world. Yan Nanshan coughed and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He shouted with a serious face. The king of Yan nodded and said, That's right. Your opponents this time are the youngsters from Pan County. I don't want to hear any news of you killing each other in Pan County. Qin Feiyang said. What if someone insists on doing so? No matter who it is, they will be punished severely. The king of Yan said coldly. Brother Wolf, I would like to ask if we should keep a low profile or keep a high profile when we go to Pan County. Wolf King grinned. The faces of the other leaders twitched. It seemed that this wolf cub was ready to go all out. Yan Nanshan said, In principle, we should keep a low profile. But since Pan County is so arrogant, there is no need for us to hold back. As long as you have the ability, even if you turn Pan County upside down, we will support you. Hearing that, everyone laughed. Yan Nanshan continued. This time, Pavilion Leader Jiang will be leading the team to Pan County. Elder Jia and Patriarch Lin will go with him. You must listen to them. Yes. Everyone bowed and replied. Jia He? Patriarch Lin? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows without a trace. Why would he let Jia He go? This person was narrow-minded, and there was no guarantee that he wouldn't cause any trouble at the crucial moment. As for Patriarch Lin, he didn't know much about him, so he didn't dare to make a judgment. Jiang Jingyi got up and smiled. Little guys, are you ready? If you are, let's go. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang whispered, Fatso, Lu Hong, go to the castle first. The two nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the two of them in. At this moment, many people's eyes changed and were filled with greed. Jiang Jingyi turned around and looked at Yan Nanshan and the others. He smiled and said, Everyone, wait for the good news. Thank you, Pavilion Leader Jiang. Yan Nanshan and the others also cupped their hands and smiled. Swish! Jiang Jingyi smiled and waved his hand. Battle Qi appeared and swept up Qin Feiyang and the others. They turned into a ray of light and arrived above the city gate in a dozen breaths. This astonishing speed caused Qin Feiyang and the others to feel extremely envious. The old woman in a green robe had been waiting for a long time. Swish! The old woman in a green robe brought Xia Qianqian and landed in front of Jiang Jingyi. She frowned and said, Do you people from the county of Yan have no concept of time? The first prince and the others frowned. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Jiang Jingyi reached out and stopped the first prince and the others. He smiled and said, I didn't ask you to wait, did I? In other words, they were the ones who wanted to wait here. Who was to blame? Our pavilion? The old woman in a green robe was shocked. You are the pavilion leader of the treasure pavilion, Jiang Jingyi? Jiang Jingyi smiled and said, Yes, I am. What can I do for you? The old woman in a green robe froze. She didn't expect the leader to be this person. She looked at Jia He and Patriarch Lin, and her eyes narrowed. This formation was really shocking. Suddenly, she locked her eyes on the first prince, Shuiyang, and Lin Hao and asked, Are they also going to participate in the friendly competition? Jiang Jingyi was puzzled. Is there a problem? The old woman in a green robe frowned. Are you sure they are not 20 years old? Pfft. Qin Feiyang and the others burst out laughing. Jiang Jingyi, Jia He, and Patriarch Lin were also stunned. As for the first prince and the other two, their faces were dark. After being suspected again and again, they were about to go berserk. They wanted to shout, Are they really that old? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the three of them and said with a smile, You saw it too. Now you can't blame me for being rude, right? The three of them glared at him fiercely. Jiang Jingyi coughed and said with a smile, Please don't worry, Your Excellency. We can guarantee with our dignity that they are not 20 years old. The old woman in a green robe had a look of disbelief. Xia Qianqian looked at everyone disdainfully and said with a smile, Grandma Hua, it doesn't matter even if they are 20 years old. The old woman in a green robe nodded and said, That's right. They are all cannon fodder anyway. Cannon fodder? The first prince and the others immediately clenched their fists. His gaze was overbearing. Patriarch Lin looked at them and said calmly, It's useless to talk nonsense now. When we reach Pan County, we will use our fists to shut them up. We definitely will. Everyone gritted their teeth. Brainless people are really pitiful. Qin Feiyang shook his head and whispered. Pan County was a little too arrogant, and had aroused the anger in everyone's hearts. Because of this, everyone was united, even if it was only temporary. You are too slow. I will give you a ride. Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and led everyone. Like a bolt of lightning, they disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. On a certain mountain peak outside the city, an old man and a young man stood side by side on a branch of a big tree. They used the dense leaves to hide their figures. It was Zhuan and Lin Qin. Lin Qin retracted his gaze and sneered. Master, why don't we intercept them on the way? No. Zhuan shook his head and said with a sinister smile, We won't get any benefits if we intercept them now. Lin Qin said, Master, do you mean that we will intercept them on the way back after they win Pan County? Zhuan nodded and said, That's right. At that time, not only will we be able to take down Qin Feiyang, we will also be able to get 100 sets of red fire-colored glass pills and 20 sets of potential pills. At the mention of potential pills, Lin Qin also yearned for them. As he spoke, Zhuan took out an image crystal and quickly activated it. After a while, an illusory figure appeared. Zhuan ordered, I am going to Pan County. During this period, stop all activities and tell everyone to hide well. Don't let Yen Nashon and the others find out. Yes. The illusory figure bowed and replied. Zwin put away the image crystal and disappeared with Linchin in a flash. There was a mountain range between Yen County and Pan County. It was called Yen Pan Mountain Range. It was named after the two counties. However, this mountain range was extremely vast. In the central area of the mountain range, there were War Emperor-level beasts lurking. Without a War Emperor, no one dared to cross this mountain range. However, even if there was a War Emperor, they had to keep a low profile and not provoke those beasts. They did not stop and rest. 7 days later. Chapter 210. The area of Pan County was not smaller than Yen County. The population was also similar. However, on the way to the capital of Pan County, Qin Feiyang clearly felt that the overall strength of Pan County was a level higher than that of Yen County. Because, even an ordinary town had hundreds of martial masters. Looking at Iron Ox Town, all the martial masters added up would not exceed 50. It was no wonder that the old woman in the green robe was so confident. The capital of Pan County was called Pan Royal City. Its scale was similar to that of Yen County. At this moment, on the city walls of Pan Royal City, there were teenagers or young men standing proudly. The oldest was no more than 25 years old. Why aren't the people from Yen County here yet? I'm starting to feel itchy all over. I really hope they can come soon. Don't be too expectant. According to the princess's message, the people from Yen County are not much. No matter what, the princess told us to show them who's boss. We must do it. Yes, the princess has suffered in Yen County. We must make them pay back double. These people were all the best of the younger generation in Pan Royal City. At this moment, they were all in high spirits and in high spirits. Below them was a vast plain. Tens of thousands of people were gathered there. Look, someone is flying over! Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed and pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. They saw a bright stream of light flying toward Pan Royal City at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Whoosh! The stream of light suddenly stopped in the air dozens of meters away. It was Qin Feiyang and his group. Are they the best of the younger generation in Yen County? There's nothing outstanding about them. However, those women are rare beauties. The group of young people on the city wall ignored Qin Feiyang and his group and locked their eyes on Luo Qinzhu and Feng Ling. At the same time, the eldest prince and the others were also sizing up the people of Pan Royal City. Their brows were furrowed. The corners of Ling Yunfei's mouth curled up slightly and he said playfully, "This lineup is not small. It seems that we are very popular with everyone." Popular? Xia Qianqian did not hide her sarcasm. Qin Feiyang glanced at Xia Qianqian and said with a faint smile, "You arranged it, right? So what if this princess arranged it?" Not only did Xia Qianqian not deny it, she even looked at Qin Feiyang and the others provocatively. "If you can't even beat them, you don't have the right to enter Panwang City. Lackey, is this your place to interrupt?" Wolf King glanced sideways at her. His contemptuous gaze made Xia Qianqian almost go crazy. This damned ruffian wolf kept calling her little lackey on the way here. She couldn't take it anymore. "Just you wait!" Xia Qianqian glared at Wolf King angrily and said, "Grandma Hua, let's go." The green-robed old woman left Qin Feiyang and the others behind and flew towards the city wall with Xia Qianqian alone. Jiang Jingyi smiled faintly. "Sir, is this how you treat your guests in Pan County?" Jia He and old ancestor Lin's faces were extremely gloomy. Just as Qianqian said, if the young people you brought can't even enter the city gate, then there's no need for this friendly competition to continue. The green-robed old woman said without turning her head. Arrogant. Jia He and old ancestor Lin flew into a rage. The eldest prince and the others also clenched their hands tightly, their eyes spitting out thick flames of anger. They had come all the way to Pan County's capital, but they were actually blocked outside the door. This was simply an insult to them. Swoosh! Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and landed on the ground with Qin Feiyang and the others. The crowd below retreated into the distance. Jia He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and shouted, "What are you still standing here for? Go quickly, I'll take responsibility for killing or crippling them." Cough, cough. Jiang Jingyi coughed dryly and said, "Elder Jia, pay attention to your image. They are already riding on top of our heads, what's there to be mindful of?" Qin Feiyang, ruffian wolf, aren't you guys very arrogant in Yan City? Why have you become cowards when you come here? Hurry up and bring out your arrogance. Jia He was furious, his beard was puffed up, and his eyes were glaring. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were a little dazed. Although they hated this old man, he was indeed very domineering. "So, he is Qin Feiyang. I heard that he is a supreme grade alchemist, and has already unlocked the second level of the Gate of Potential. Even the people from the state government went to Yan City to pick him up personally. Impressive, I just don't know if his methods are as impressive as they seem." The crowd looked curiously at Qin Feiyang and whispered among themselves, "Qin Feiyang, how dare you bully the princess? I want you to kneel down in front of everyone and apologize to the princess." A young man in purple, about 20 years old, jumped down from the city wall and walked arrogantly toward Qin Feiyang. "Wow, so powerful?" The Wolf King let out a strange cry. "Brother Wolf, I don't need you to do it. I will do it." Ling Yunfei took a step forward with an evil grin on his face. The young man in purple stopped and looked at Ling Yunfei from head to toe. He said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to fight with me? I am your ancestor." Ling Yunfei smiled. "You are courting death." The young man in purple was furious. His aura suddenly burst out and he rushed toward Ling Yunfei. Only a 9-star martial artist? The corners of the first prince and the others' mouths curled into a mocking smile. They had all seen Ling Yunfei's strength. He was absolutely invincible in the same realm. "Your mouth is dirty, slap it." The purple-clothed young man rushed towards Ling Yunfei and slapped him in an overbearing manner. "Trash." Ling Yunfei spat out 2 words indifferently. He took a step forward and, like a ghost, he instantly ran behind the young man in purple. Then he raised his foot and kicked the young man in purple's butt. Bang! Immediately, the young man in purple fell to the ground and ate a mouthful of mud. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. The outstanding talents on the city wall were also dumbfounded. He lost just like that? One had to know that Ling Yunfei had not made a move yet. Impossible. The young man in purple roared and suddenly got up. Pow! But at the same time he got up, Ling Yunfei landed in front of him, raised his arm, and slapped him hard in the face. The slap was exceptionally loud. The face of the young man in purple was directly deformed. Teeth mixed with blood spurted out. His whole body flew out again and slammed on the ground, screaming, "Good hit!" The eldest prince and the others laughed. The other party wanted to slap Ling Yunfei as soon as he came up, but he was slapped by Ling Yunfei instead. There was nothing more satisfying than this. Ling Yunfei turned to look at Jia He and asked, "Elder Jia, are you really responsible for killing or crippling him?" "Yes." Jia He nodded without hesitation. "In that case, I won't be polite," Ling Yunfei whispered. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the young man in purple. His temperament changed drastically in an instant. His whole body was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. This kind of fiendish aura was slowly cultivated by following Qin Feiyang and fighting all the way. Seeing this, the old woman in green suddenly changed her expression and shouted, "The outcome has been decided, don't kill him." Whoosh! However, Ling Yunfei turned a deaf ear, used the return to origin steps, and landed in front of the young man in purple in 2 steps. "You dare to make Qin Feiyang kneel in front of everyone, you are really tired of living." He was seething with anger. Lifting his foot, true energy gushed out. Suddenly, he kicked the young man in purple in the chest. "I'm going to kill you!" But at this time, the young man in purple suddenly turned over and punched out. The terrifying force was earth-shattering, obviously using a martial skill. Moreover, it was a perfect martial skill. Not good. The eldest prince and the others changed their expressions. The old woman in green had a trace of cold light in her eyes. Ling Yunfei's kick was indeed fierce. If kicked, the young man in purple would definitely die. But no matter how fierce this kick was, it was just an ordinary kick with only the strength of 9 barbarian elephants. And the punch of the young man in purple, after the enhancement of the perfect martial skill, had the strength of 13 barbarian elephants. It was enough to seriously injure Ling Yunfei, even cripple one of his legs. And this attack was too sudden. She did not believe that Ling Yunfei could dodge it. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened and her old face was filled with disbelief. However, she saw that Ling Yunfei seemed to have already expected this. The kick that was kicked out suddenly changed direction, avoiding the punch and kicking the young man in purple in the lower abdomen. Ah! Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the young man in purple was like a cannonball, fiercely smashing into the city wall, and then rolling to the ground, dead on the spot. The old woman in green jumped down and saw that the young man in purple was dead. Her old eyes immediately flashed with a cold light. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Ling Yunfei. With a wave of his old hand, a resplendent battle chi with monstrous killing intent shot towards Ling Yunfei. But at the same time, another wave of battle chi emerged and swept past Ling Yunfei, easily erasing the battle chi of the old woman in green robe. The person who attacked was Jiang Jingyi. He smiled faintly and said, "I didn't see you call for your man to stop when he threw that punch just now. Since it's up to each other, please don't interfere." The old woman in green looked at Jiang Jingyi and said word by word, "Don't regret it. If you dare to attack again and kill the people of the county of Yan, the pavilion will make you regret it." Jiang Jingyi smiled faintly. Although his tone was calm, it contained a shocking murderous intent. It was calm, but the murderous intent was bone-piercing. This was the boldness of the pavilion master of the county of Yan. The old woman in green stood up and smiled coldly at Jiang Jingyi. She shouted, "Wang Chuan, come down!" A young man in black jumped down. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura. "A one-star martial Grand Master?" Jiang Jingyi frowned and said, "Lin Hao, you go." "Yes." Lin Hao nodded. However, just as Lin Hao took a step forward, Ling Yunfei said without turning his head, "Young Master Lin, just stay there and watch. I alone can deal with such a small character." Lin Hao and Wang Chuan raised their eyebrows at the same time. Lin Hao retreated to his original position and sneered, "If you dare to embarrass the county of Yan, I will be the first to come after you." Him? Ling Yunfei did not care. Where does his confidence come from? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Chuan was a one-star martial grandmaster. His strength far exceeded Ling Yunfei's. It was not something that a perfect martial arts technique could make up for. "I see." However, after thinking about it carefully, Qin Feiyang came to a realization. His brows relaxed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, the people of the county of Pan were furious. A mere 9-star martial grandmaster dared to be so arrogant in front of a martial grandmaster. He did not know what was good for him. "Wang Chuan, kill him! Yes, don't hold back. Blow his head off and show the people of the county of Yan how powerful we are. That's right. We must humiliate them and make them scram out of the county of Pan like stray dogs." Chapter 211. In the face of these thousands of screams, the eldest prince and the rest felt a great pressure. Because under such an atmosphere, their state of mind was easily affected and they could not exert their full strength. One must know. This was not a spar but a life-and-death gamble. If there was any mistake, they would be smashed to pieces. Looking at Wang Chuan opposite, with the people of Panwang City cheering him on, he was full of confidence and fighting spirit. The eldest prince shouted, "Let's not be idle, cheer for Ling Yunfei." "No need." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Yes?" Everyone frowned. "Trust him. There was a flash of light in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Ling Yunfei's back was facing him. Although he could not see Ling Yunfei's expression, he believed that with Ling Yunfei's current state of mind, he would not be disturbed by the noise outside during the battle. I only need one move to kill you! Wang Chuan took a step forward and stared coldly at Ling Yunfei. Is that so? Ling Yunfei smiled sinisterly. The murderous aura around him was even more terrifying than before. Bang! He took the initiative to attack. He crouched down and charged at Wang Chuan like a mad bull. At the same time, Wang Chuan clenched his fist, which emitted a cracking sound. True qi pervaded the air and covered his fist. A powerful force rolled out like a tide. 7 Demons' Fist! Following closely. With a loud shout, he rushed towards Ling Yunfei and threw a punch. Bang! But at this moment, Ling Yunfei's aura suddenly soared. He actually broke through at this moment. No wonder he is so confident. The eldest prince and the rest were overjoyed. As long as Ling Yunfei successfully broke through, he would be able to defeat a 1-star martial Grand Master. But wasn't his cultivation speed a little too fast? Except for a few people, no one knew that Ling Yunfei had opened the 2nd level of potential. As such, they were extremely shocked. Rushing Thunder Kill Fist! In the blink of an eye, Ling Yunfei roared and threw a punch at Wang Chuan. In the meantime, his aura stopped at the level of a 1-star martial ancestor. Boundless power poured out from his fist like a flood that had just broken through a dam. Thud! As soon as they collided, the two of them retreated explosively, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. Wang Chuan's eyes were gloomy. It was because the other party was a 9-star martial master that he dared to say that he would kill him in one move. However, he didn't expect that. The other party had actually broken through to 1-star martial ancestor realm at the crucial moment. Furthermore, similarly, there were also perfect martial skills. Looks like this will be a tough battle. He muttered to himself and stomped his foot on the ground, causing the place to explode. After stabilizing his body, Wang Chuan once again rushed towards Ling Yunfei. When clashing with someone of the same level, the key was to seize the initiative. Whoever made the first move would win. I don't think this will be a bitter battle. Ling Yunfei took a step forward, his face full of ridicule. Arrogant! Wang Chuan was furious. The 7 fiends' fist blasted out, bringing with it a shocking amount of fiendish qi. When they met, Ling Yunfei stretched out his arm, binding tiger hands. At this moment, his entire arm was like a soft poisonous snake that revealed its fangs, cleverly avoiding Wang Chuan's fist and grabbing Wang Chuan's wrist. At the same time, his other hand stretched out, his index finger was like an ice crystal, cold and biting cold, pointing towards Wang Chuan's chest. It was the ice crystal finger. And? Wang Chuan was shocked. He could actually grab his wrist? Could this be a martial skill? But in the next moment, he felt a pain in his chest. A heart-wrenching pain, like a tidal wave, rushed to his heart. Ah! He screamed and lowered his head to look. He found that there was a bloody hole on his chest, and blood spurted out like a fountain. I said this will not be a bitter battle. Ling Yunfei smiled disdainfully and kicked Wang Chuan's lower abdomen. Wang Chuan flew out with a painful howl and rolled at the feet of the old woman in green robes. His head tilted and he died on the spot. Good! Powerful! The eldest prince and the others roared without caring about their status. It was really satisfying. However, the people of Pan Wang City quieted down. It was as if they had been slapped hard in the face, and they were a little angry from embarrassment. Not only did the other party win, but he also won so easily. It was completely a real-life version of a slap in the face. Ling Yunfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up at the old woman in green robes, and said indifferently, If this is Pan Jun's strength, I think there is indeed no need to continue the competition. You can't even beat a 16-year-old, are you all good-for-nothings? Xia Qianqian roared at the group of outstanding talents beside her in exasperation. She wanted to humiliate the people of Yan County. But after 2 battles, Pan Jun ended in a crushing defeat. Wasn't this clearly trying to embarrass her? Shame. What a great shame. Wolf King chuckled and said, Little follower, now do you know what it means to ask for trouble? Xia Qianqian was so angry that she roared. Whoever can kill that ruffian wolf, this princess will reward 1,000,000 gold coins. Whoosh! Before she finished speaking, the group of outstanding talents on the city wall jumped down one after another. All of them were filled with murderous intent. Is Brother Wolf only worth 1,000,000? You have underestimated Brother Wolf. Wolf King's eyes began to change. The wolf's nature was rapidly awakening. Jiang Jingyi glanced at the group of people and said in a low voice, Among them, there are 5 one-star martial ancestors, 2 two-star martial ancestors, and 1 3-star martial ancestor. Ling Yunfei is no match for them. Who will go and help? Jia He said. Pavilion Master Jiang, they are a little too much. That's right. We are all children below the age of 20. There are many people over there who are all above the age of 20. If this goes on, I'm afraid they will even send people under the age of 30. Patriarch Lin said in a low voice. Jiang Jingyi smiled faintly and said, If that is the case, this pavilion will teach them a lesson. Jia He and Patriarch Lin looked at each other with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. If they were in charge, they would have turned hostile long ago. Bastard, hurry up and come back to die. The person who spoke was a young man in white, about 23 or 24 years old. He looked at the Wolf King with an arrogant expression. He was the 3-star martial ancestor that Jiang Jingyi had mentioned. Behind him, there were 2 young men of the same age. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary aura. It is the eldest son of the He family, He Jun. There is also the eldest son of the Zhang family, Zhang Jun, and the eldest son of the Mo family, Mo Hai. With the 3 of them, they will definitely be able to turn the tide. The surrounding crowd was extremely excited. Wolf King glanced at the 3 of them and sneakily ran to a burly man at the side. He asked, Are the 3 of them very powerful? Of course. The He family, the Mo family, and the Zhang family are the 3 most powerful families in King Pan City. I advise you to obediently go over and apologize. Otherwise, you will not have a good time. The burly man sneered. He had heard of it. He Jun and the other 2 immediately raised their heads and puffed out their chests. They were extremely arrogant. The most powerful family? This is a big deal. Wolf King laughed sinisterly and turned to look at the first prince and the rest. He said, Don't do anything. Wolf King will go and meet them. What the hell? The first prince and the rest were stunned. Before they could react, Wolf King ran to Ling Yunfei's side and said with a sinister smile, Ling Brat, cooperate with brother Ling Yunfei and capture them alive. Why? Ling Yunfei was puzzled. You will know in a while. Wolf King chuckled and raised his head to look at He Jun and the other 2. He said disdainfully, Since you want to challenge Brother Wolf so much, Brother Wolf will give you a chance. Bring it on. Zhang Jun said sinisterly. Later I will skin you, chop you into pieces, and barbecue you. Don't talk nonsense. Come at me together. Wolf King said indifferently. That's right. It's too troublesome to come one by one. Ling Yunfei nodded. Kill! He Jun and the rest were furious. The arrogant attitude of the man and the wolf had completely angered them. In an instant, their auras erupted. True she rolled, and with a shocking murderous aura, they attacked the man and the wolf. Wolf King stared at He Jun and the other 2. As for the rest, they were like air on the spot. Distance. They quickly closed in. Begin! When they were only 5 meters away, the Wolf King suddenly let out a low growl. Roar! Ling Yunfei immediately bent down and let out a loud lion's roar. But he was not venting his emotions. He was using the perfect martial arts technique, lion's roar. The lion's roar turned into a powerful sound wave, like a wave, rolling towards He Jun and the rest. When they were swept by the sound wave, the martial masters behind He Jun and the other 2 had blood spurting out of their ears. They hugged their heads and squatted on the ground, screaming. Even the 5 one-star martial grandmasters had their eardrums torn. The sound wave drilled into their minds, causing their faces to distort in extreme pain. Although He-Jun and the other two had high cultivation, they were also affected. Their minds were buzzing. And at the same time that Ling Yunfei used the lion's roar, the Wolf King's 2 fan-likers quickly drooped down and sealed up the holes in his ears. At the same time, his huge pupils burst out with a terrifying ferocity. Whoosh! Following closely. Like an arrow, it suddenly shot out. In almost an instant, it arrived in front of He-Jun. That seemingly soft tail was like a sharp thorn at this moment, directly piercing into He-Jun's lower abdomen. Following that, it pierced through Zhang Jun and Mo Hai's lower abdomen. It was slow, but all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even the few war emperors didn't have time to react. He-Jun and the other two screamed and fell to the ground one after another. Their hands covered their lower abdomen, and their faces were filled with pain. Wolf King shouted, "Ling Brat, quickly come and help!" Ling Yunfei stopped roaring and landed beside Wolf King. He took out 2 daggers and placed them on Zhang Jun and Mo Hai's necks. Wolf King also opened his bloody mouth, revealing his white fangs and biting He-Jun's neck. At the same time, it used its mind to send a message to He-Jun and the other two. "If you don't want to die, behave yourself for Brother Wolf." The 3 of them trembled. The scene also fell into a dead silence. They never thought that this ruffian wolf's strength would be so strong. It probably already had the battle strength of a 3-star martial grandmaster. Qin Feiyang was also secretly shocked. Although the white-eyed wolf did not have any martial arts skills, his methods were definitely not to be underestimated. Haha! Jia He and Patriarch Lin suddenly laughed out loud. There were dozens of people on the other side, and there was even a 3-star martial grandmaster. Chapter 212. The laughter of the two also woke up everyone present. Immediately, this place was in an uproar. Clamor rose from all directions, and the place was in an uproar. After the green-robed old woman came back to her senses, she glanced at the dozens of people lying on the ground with blood flowing out of their ears. Her old eyes immediately burned with anger. "A bunch of useless trash!" She angrily cursed, looked up at Ling Yunfei and Wolf King, and said gloomily, "Let them go!" "Hey!" Wolf King laughed sinisterly. "I can let them go, but prepare 50 million ransom for each person." "What? 50 million?" The people of Pan County were all dumbfounded. This was clearly extortion. Jiang Jingyi's face twitched, and said indifferently, "You guys go and help." The first prince and the others hurriedly ran over. Although Wolf King was a bit of a bastard, it was undeniable that it was really satisfying. After running to the side of the man and the wolf, Lin Hao and Shui Yang also took out their daggers and held Su Jun and Zhang Jun, reducing the burden on Ling Yunfei and Wolf King. Shui Yang shouted, "All of you get up!" Su Jun and the other two endured the pain and got up from the ground. Zhang Jun gloomily said, "You guys are provoking the Earth Lord." Xie Fang directly slapped him and sneered, "If you dare to be arrogant again, I will let your Earth Lord's head move." "You're dead." Zhang Jun stared at him with resentment, and said word by word, "You still dare to threaten me, I will stab you to death now." Xie Fang took out a sharp dagger and ruthlessly stabbed into Zhang Jun's lower abdomen. "Ayo!" Zhang Jun screamed miserably, his face distorted. Wolf King said with heartache, "He is worth 50 million gold coins, how can you do it?" Xie Fang said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, he won't die." "That's good." Wolf King breathed a sigh of relief. "Jiang Jingyi, are you going to indulge them like this?" The green-robed old woman shouted. Jiang Jingyi smiled faintly and said, "You were the ones who provoked us first. Now that you've suffered a crushing defeat, you come to blame our pavilion. You can't be like this, do you understand?" The green-robed old woman's withered hands were tightly clenched together, killing intent lurking in her eyes. More than 20 9-star martial masters, 6 1-star martial great lords, 2 2-star martial great lords, and 1 3-star martial great lord had all been killed by one man and one wolf. This time, it was really embarrassing. Cut the crap! Old witch, don't even think about getting him back without a ransom of 150 million. Wolf King roared arrogantly. The old woman in green said, There is no ransom. If you have the guts, then kill them! Provoking Brother Wolf? Wolf King turned to look at Su Jun and the other two and said regretfully, I wanted to let you guys go, but there's no other way. That old witch won't save you, so Brother Wolf has to send you guys to the afterlife. The three people's faces changed. Wolf King continued, But if you're willing to be Brother Wolf's followers, no, you're not qualified to be followers anymore. It's okay to be a human pet. As long as you agree, Brother Wolf can consider sparing your lives. Human pet? The three people's faces suddenly flushed red. As the young masters of the three big families, they usually had limitless glory. When had they suffered such humiliation? Wolf King said, If you don't agree, then Brother Wolf can only kill you. Stop. But at this moment, 3 light figures broke through the air and landed beside the green-robed old woman. They were 3 middle-aged men, wearing gorgeous clothes and looking quite dignified. The Wolf King turned his head and looked over. He stood up like a human and shouted arrogantly, Where did this old dog come from? Quickly tell me your name. The 3 people frowned. Was this beast looking for death? Father, kill them quickly. He Jun and the other 2 were ecstatic and looked at the 3 middle-aged men. So it's their father. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. In the entire Yan city, only the ancestor of the Lin family was the war emperor. However, in Panwang City, the patriarchs of the 3 great families were all war emperors. The difference between the 2 counties was really a bit big. Wolf King laughed sinisterly and shouted, You came at the right time. Each of you hand over 50 million gold coins, and Brother Wolf will return them to you. He wasn't afraid at all just because the other party was a war emperor. Even if you don't have the gold coins, you still have to let them go. As for you, kneel down and apologize immediately. This patriarch will spare your life. The man in the middle said expressionlessly. It was the patriarch of the He family. Ouch. Wolf King let out a strange cry and said, So awesome? Ling Brat, cut off one of his arms. All right. Ling Yunfei waved his hand, and the dagger's edge swept in all directions, directly cutting off He Jun's right arm. Ah! He Jun screamed in pain, and roared at the top of his lungs. Father, save me! Patriarch He's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Brother Wolf said shyly, Don't look at Brother Wolf like that, Brother Wolf will be shy. Qin Feiyang and the others rolled their eyes. The people of Panwang City, on the other hand, were all frowning and gnashing their teeth in hatred. A single wolf had actually caused such a commotion in Panwang City. It was truly a great humiliation. Who taught this shameless bastard? Boom! The 3 patriarchs released their might at the same time and rushed towards Wolf King's group. On the other hand, the old woman in green robes relaxed. She returned to the city wall and watched the show coldly. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom! But at this moment, an even more powerful pressure pounced towards the 3 patriarchs like mountains and seas. The 3 patriarchs were shocked and hurriedly raised their heads to look. When they saw Jiang Jingyi, their pupils suddenly contracted. Greetings, Lord. The 3 of them hurriedly bowed. I don't dare, my pavilion can't afford it. Jiang Jingyi smiled faintly. Upon hearing the 2 words, this pavilion, the 3 of them guessed Jiang Jingyi's identity. Patriarch He cupped his hands and said, Pavilion Master Jiang, I wonder how my son offended you? Patriarch Jiang said, If it is indeed my son's fault, my Jiang family is willing to compensate. Patriarch Mo said, But if not, we need Pavilion Master Jiang to give us a satisfactory explanation. You want an explanation? This pavilion will give it to you now. After Jiang Jingyi finished speaking, he raised his arm and pointed his finger in the air. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted like a volcano. At the same time, A battle chi swept out from his fingertip. The faces of the three patriarchs suddenly changed, and they hurriedly dodged to the side. The old woman in green robes also turned pale. She rolled up Xia Qianqian and a few guards beside her and soared into the air. Boom! That battle chi blasted on the city wall, accompanied by an earth-shaking loud noise. The front city wall instantly turned into ashes. The people of Panwang City were all dumbfounded. The city wall was the face of a city. Destroying the city wall was slapping Panwang City's face, blaspheming the capital city. Qin Feiyang and the rest were also stunned. They really did not expect that Jiang Jingyi was actually so domineering, attacking unscrupulously in front of countless people and destroying the capital city's city wall. This kind of action was provoking Panwang City. Jiang Jingyi said with a smile. This is the pavilion's explanation. Are you satisfied? The faces of the three patriarchs and the old woman in green robes were so gloomy that water was about to drip out. The old woman in green robes said, Pavilion Master Jiang, do you know that your actions may provoke the flames of war between our two counties? This pavilion will accompany you at any time. Jiang Jingyi smiled faintly, looked at a certain place in the city, and said with a smile, You few old fellows, haven't you seen enough? Do you want to wait for this pavilion to tear down Panwang City before you are willing to come out? And? Qin Feiyang was surprised and looked in the direction of Jiang Jingyi's gaze, only to see four light figures fly out from the city and stand above the ruins in front of them. Younger brother Jiang, what made you so angry? The four of them looked at Jiang Jingyi with a smile. Jiang Jingyi smiled faintly and said, Can you come down? This pavilion is not used to speaking to others with my head held high. Oh you, after so many years, your bad temper still hasn't changed at all. The four of them smiled helplessly and landed on the ground. Greetings, lords. The people around them knelt and bowed. The three patriarchs bowed as well. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. As expected, no matter how powerful a family was, they would not dare to compete with the four major factions. And those four were without a doubt the four superpowers of Panwang City. One of the white-haired old men said, Younger brother Jiang, can you give us some face and ask your subordinates to go easy on us? Is there such a good thing? Elder Hua and Princess Xia went to Yan County and suffered a little, but at least we did not stop them outside the city. This time, it was you who challenged Yan County and made us come to Panwang City. Very well, Yan County is magnanimous and will not argue with you. But we came all the way here, and you are making things difficult for us. I would like to ask, what are you trying to do? Jiang Jingyi said faintly. King Pan smiled and said, This is just a child's mischief. Younger brother Jiang, you wouldn't argue with a child, would you? I don't mind a child's mischief. But I don't understand why you didn't invite us into the city first. Could it be that in Lord Pan's eyes, our pavilion is also just an insignificant character? Not even qualified to step into Panwang City? Jiang Jingyi's expression began to change. King Pan smiled apologetically and said, Younger brother Jiang, please calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Jiang Jingyi said. But why do I feel that your daughter doesn't care about us at all? King Pan's face darkened and he shouted, Qianqian, come down and apologize to Pavilion Lord Jiang. Don't play games. Give me something real. Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and pointed at He Jun and the other two. He smiled faintly and said, 100 million gold coins each for these three. No bargaining. Jiang Jingyi, don't go too far. Panwang City is indeed in the wrong this time, but you have also killed two of my martial arts geniuses and destroyed the city walls of Panwang City. Let's call it even now. If this continues, it won't be good for either of us. It will hurt our friendship. The eyes of the four giants of Panwang City were slightly gloomy. Do we still have any friendship now? Furthermore, are those two martial arts geniuses? Don't joke around. They are more like idiots. Jia He and old ancestor Lin sneered. The four giants raised their eyebrows. King Pan nodded and said, All right, I agree. I will give you 300 million gold coins. Please let them go immediately. Jiang Jingyi smiled and said, I don't trust Pan Wang City's character. We will let them go once we get the gold coins. 300 million gold coins is too much. I need some time. King Pan frowned. It's fine. We don't have much, but we do have a lot of time. Jiang Jingyi shook his head and smiled. Guards! King Pan shouted. Immediately, a few guards ran to King Pan's side. King Pan said, Bring the guests from the county of Yan to the flower brothel. Yes. Chapter 213. The Flower Brothel. It was the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Pan Royal City. The people who came here were basically the children of wealthy families. But now, the royal family of Pan County spent a lot of money and booked the entire flower brothel as Qin Feiyang's place to stay. In the lobby. I'm going to rest. If you want to go out, report to Elder Jia and Ancestor Lin first. Jiang Jingyi said, then walked up to the second floor and entered a private room. For 8 days. He led everyone on the road without stopping. Even with his cultivation, he was a little tired. Ling Yunfei asked. Qin Zhu, has your father always been so domineering? I don't know. Luo Qinzhu shook her head. It seemed that she didn't like this arrogant father of hers. Qin Feiyang looked at Luo Qinzhu and said with a smile, I'm going to wash up. White-eyed Wolf, go up. Wolf King said. Brother Wolf wants to go out for a walk. Zhao Shuanger teased. If you run out now, you will definitely be cut into pieces by the people here. The eldest prince and the others all looked at him with gloating eyes. TSK, is Brother Wolf afraid of them? Wolf King's eyes were full of disdain. Qin Feiyang said. Stop talking nonsense. Follow me up or go to the castle. Choose for yourself. You win. The Wolf King bared its fangs and glared at him, then unwillingly followed Qin Feiyang to the second floor. He really didn't want to go to that damned place. It's been a long journey, I'll go wash up too. Ling Yunfei said and chased after Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Jia He looked at the backs of the two people and the wolf, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his old eyes. He said to the eldest prince and the others, You guys go wash up too. What about the three of them? The eldest prince pointed at He Jun and the others. Jia He, Ancestor Lin and I will watch here. Then I'll have to trouble you too. The first prince and the others cupped their hands and smiled, then walked up to the second floor one after another, each entering a room. After everyone entered the room, Jia He looked at Patriarch Lin and said meaningfully, Brother Lin, this is a good opportunity. What opportunity? Old Ancestor Lin's eyes flashed, and he looked at him in confusion. Jia He smiled faintly and said, We're all smart people. Why play dumb? I really don't know what Elder Jia is referring to. Old Ancestor Lin shook his head and smiled. Jia He said indifferently, Looks like Brother Lin is prepared to swallow this resentment. Since that's the case, let's pretend that I didn't say anything. Old Ancestor Lin smiled and lowered his head in silence. His eyes flickered. Inside the room, Qin Feiyang washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes. Then, he brought Fatso and Lu Hong out of the ancient castle. Fatso went to the listless Wolf King and chuckled. Brother Wolf, you even dared to threaten the Battle Emperor. You're really Fat Lord's idol. Wolf King said proudly. Of course. I'll learn more from Brother Wolf in the future. The man and Wolf started talking nonsense. On the other side, Lu Hong asked while making tea, Do you have any plans? Qin Feiyang said. Although the people in Pan County already know about the potential pill, they definitely don't know about the herbs for the potential pill. You and Fatso go to the Precious Treasure Pavilion immediately, and take as many as you can. Apart from him and Fatso, only Jiang Jingyi and Stewardly knew about the 33 herbs for the potential pill. Jiang Jingyi and Stewardly would definitely not leak out such an important pill. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Hong was suspicious. I don't want Jiang Jingyi to beat me to it. Qin Feiyang sighed. He'll also buy herbs? Lu Hong furrowed her brows. Of course. He's a businessman. He won't let go of this good opportunity to make money. You'd better disguise yourselves. After all, the two of you are considered celebrities. Qin Feiyang smiled. I understand. Lu Hong nodded. She got up and looked at Fatso. She frowned and said, Stop fooling around. Get ready. We'll go to the Precious Treasure Pavilion immediately. Okay. Fatso replied. He took out a phantom pill and changed his appearance. Then, he and Lu Hong jumped out of the window of the room. Seeing Fatso and Stewardly leave, Wolf King was envious. He begged, Little Qin Zi, let Brother Wolf go out for a walk. I promise I won't cause trouble. Your promise is as good as bullshit. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and took out hundreds of top-grade chi-gathering pills. Hurry up and cultivate. Try to break through to the next level before the friendly competition. At that time, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. Wolf King cheered up and said, You have to keep your word. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wolf King finally calmed down. He lay in front of the chi-gathering pills and began to refine them one by one. Qin Feiyang felt helpless. Only in this way could he make this guy stop. Knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang got up and opened the door. His body suddenly stiffened. He thought it was Ling Yunfei or Luo Qingzhu. It turned out to be a white-haired old man. He was one of the 4 supergiants in Pan County. Senior. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and saluted. The white-haired old man laughed and said, Aren't you going to invite me in? Please come in. Qin Feiyang retreated to the side. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. The white-haired old man walked into the room. As soon as he saw the pile of top-grade pills in front of Wolf King, his old eyes bloomed with a bright light. Qin Feiyang closed the door and said with a smile, Senior, this way please. The white-haired old man withdrew his gaze with difficulty and followed Qin Feiyang into the tea room. Senior, please sit. Qin Feiyang pointed to the seat. The white-haired old man sat down and leaned on the chair. He curiously looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He lowered his head and made tea. After a few breaths, the white-haired old man asked, Aren't you curious about my identity? Qin Feiyang poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of the white-haired old man. He smiled faintly and said, In the entire Pan County, other than the Danwang Hall, only the Precious Treasure Pavilion would be so anxious to find me. The white-haired old man said with interest, Then tell me, am I the Hall Master of the Danwang Hall or the Precious Treasure Pavilion? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior, when you saw the top-grade pills in front of Wolf King, the look in your eyes showed that you were evaluating the value of those pills. This means that you are the Chief Pavilion Master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion in Pan County. The white-haired old man was a little stunned. How could he see through that? This kid's eyes were too sharp, weren't they? He gave a thumbs up and laughed. Qin Feiyang's name is indeed well-deserved. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Senior, you flatter me. Please have some tea. The white-haired old man picked up the teacup and took a sip before putting it down. He said, Then guess why I'm here. Senior, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The white-haired old man said, If you guess it, I'll leave immediately. If you don't, you have to promise me one thing. How about it? If that's the case, it's worth a guess. Qin Feiyang smiled and said without hesitation, If I'm not wrong, you're here to understand the potential pill, right? The white-haired old man was stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Looks like I guessed it by luck. Seeing Qin Feiyang's confident smile, the white-haired old man could not help but smile bitterly. This kid must have already seen through his intentions when he saw him. He was the Chief Pavilion Master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion, but he was tricked by a kid. What should he do now? If he released it, he could not deny it, right? Qin Feiyang said. To be honest, Pavilion Master Jiang also knows the herbs for the potential pill. Why don't you look for him? After all, you're old friends. He might tell you. Him? The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows and shook his head. I don't want to be snubbed. Little brother, if you tell me, I'll give you a set of herbs for free. A set? Qin Feiyang sneered secretly. Was he trying to dismiss a beggar? One set was not enough to satisfy him. What he wanted was all the herbs for the potential pill in the precious treasure pavilion of Pan County. Senior, everything else can be discussed, but this is the only thing I hope you can understand. He cupped his hands and smiled calmly. If you think it's not enough, I can give you a few sets of herbs for the red fire glaze pill, the white-haired old man said. Senior, there's really no other way. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Sigh. The white-haired old man sighed deeply and smiled. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. His smile was very forced. He was very reluctant. If Jiang Jingyi was not around, he would probably threaten and tempt him. Qin Feiyang said, Take care. I won't see you out. The white-haired old man had just gotten up when he said, By the way, there's something I need your help with. Qin Feiyang said, Senior, just say it. The white-haired old man said, I'd like to ask you to help me refine some supreme-grade red fire glaze pills. I'm afraid that won't do. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I heard from Qianqian that you're helping the major factions in Yan City refine pills and you get a 50-50 cut. I'll split it with you as well. How about that? The white-haired old man asked, unwilling to give up. No. The friendly match between our two counties is about to begin. If I help you refine supreme-grade red fire glaze pills, it'll be the same as helping Pan County improve its strength. That's not good for Yan County. As a member of Yan County, I won't put Yan County in danger for my own benefit. So, please don't make things difficult for me, Senior. Qin Feiyang cupped his fists and said. The white-haired old man was very frustrated. How could this kid see the problem so clearly? He was indeed refining supreme-grade red fire glaze pills for the friendly match. Because, once the participants took the supreme-grade red fire glaze pills, their cultivation would skyrocket. By then, Pan County would definitely beat Yan County. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang would agree to such an attractive condition without hesitation, but he didn't expect that he would still be rejected by Qin Feiyang. He frowned and said, I don't get it. Why would you give up your wealth for Yan County? Because I want to repay a debt of gratitude. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Repay a debt of gratitude? The white-haired old man's frown deepened. When I was in danger back then, it was the Martial Imperial Hall of Yan County that stepped up to protect me. I can't let them down. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, One shouldn't bite the hand that feeds them. I understand. Sorry to bother you. The white-haired old man smiled and didn't continue to pester him. He walked to the door and opened it, meeting Jiang Jingyi face to face. Your Yan County is really lucky to have produced such a loyal and righteous young man. However, if you lose this match, then Qin Feiyang will belong to our Pan County in the future. The white-haired old man looked at Jiang Jingyi and said coldly before leaving, The match hasn't started yet. Who knows who will win? Jiang Jingyi whispered and walked into the room. He smiled and said, I heard the conversation between you and old Kong just now. I was right. You're a good kid. No wonder Qianxue likes you so much. Qin Feiyang felt a bit awkward. Chapter 214. Why do you look so weird? Jiang Jingyi sized up Qin Feiyang with a trace of suspicion on his face. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and said, It's nothing. I just feel a little embarrassed to be praised like that. There are times when you feel embarrassed too? What a surprise. Jiang Jingyi shook his head and teased. I have something to do outside. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. Cultivate well. Qin Feiyang nodded. Jiang Jingyi turned and left. Qin Feiyang also walked out of the room and stood in the corridor outside. He looked at Jia He and Great Ancestor Lin in the hall with flickering eyes. He did not dare to say anything about Great Ancestor Lin, but Jia He would definitely not let him return to the county of Yan so easily. It seemed that he had to be wary of that person in the future. Just as he was about to turn and enter the room, the doors of the rooms next door opened. The first prince and the others walked out, all dressed to the nines. The first prince smiled and said, "Brother Qin, we're going out for a walk. Do you want to come with us?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "You guys go ahead. I want to rest for a while." "All right then. Have a good rest. Everyone, let's go!" The first prince called out and led Shui Yang and the others to the first floor, chatting and laughing. Qin Feiyang walked into the room and closed the door. He shook his head and said, "You're still in the mood to walk around now. You really don't have any awareness at all. You do have awareness, but it's too boring." Wolf King looked at him in disdain. "For me, there's nothing more important than increasing my own strength." Qin Feiyang smiled and sat beside Wolf King. He grabbed a chi-amassing pill, threw it into his mouth, and entered a state of cultivation. He had not been idle during the 8 days of traveling. He had been cultivating all the time. He felt that his cultivation was about to break through again. Soon, Ling Yunfei, Feng Ling-er, Luo Qizhu, and Hao Shuang came to see him. They also planned to go out for a stroll. However, when they saw that Qin Feiyang was cultivating, they changed their minds. They asked Qin Feiyang for some qi-gathering pills, and then returned to their rooms to make a final effort. Meanwhile, a man and a woman, two unfamiliar faces, entered Pan Jun's treasure pavilion. It was Fatso and Lu Hong in disguise. Furthermore, the two of them had disguised themselves as middle-aged men. "Is there anything I can help you with?" A staff member walked up and asked politely with a smile. "Fat Lord." Fatso had just opened his mouth. Lu Hong coughed dryly and said to the staff member with a smile, "We have a big deal. Please take us to see your manager." "Big deal?" The staff member looked at the two suspiciously. Seeing that they didn't seem to be lying, he smiled and said, "Please come with me." The staff member led the way. Fatso and Lu Hong followed side by side. Lu Hong said in a low voice, "Hurry up and change that catchphrase. If it's because of you, don't blame me for being rude." "Got it." Fatso smiled embarrassedly. On the second floor, in a VIP room, a middle-aged man sat in front of the desk. He wore a fitting white robe and was about 30 years old. There were strands of white hair on his temples, giving him a vicissitude aura. "Knock knock." The staff member came to the door and knocked gently. "Who is it?" the middle-aged man in white asked. "Manager Wang, 2 guests want to see you," the staff member said. "Let them in," Manager Wang said. After Fatty and Lu Hong walked in, Steward Wang raised his head and looked at them. He smiled and said, "Is there anything you need from me?" Lu Hong closed the door, cupped her hands and smiled. "We're here to buy some herbs," Manager Wang said. "Show me the list." Lu Hong looked at Fatso. Fatty walked to the desk, took out 3 pieces of blank paper, and began to write at a rapid pace. There were 11 herbs on each piece of paper. Manager Wang looked at them one by one and said in surprise, "These herbs are very precious. In other words, do you have so much money?" Lu Hong smiled. "We want as much as you have. As for the price, you can give us a discount. He's a big client." Manager Wang's heart skipped a beat, and he asked calmly, "Both of you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time in Pan Wang City?" "We're from Haiyan City, and this is indeed our first time in Pan Wang City." "May I know what you mean by that?" "I remember that the Treasure Pavilion's rule is that we can't pry into the privacy of our customers." Lu Hong smiled faintly. Haiyan City was another city in Pan County. Haiyan City's status in Pan County was equivalent to Yen County's Xingyue City. The two of them had inquired about this information on their way here. "I'm the one who has offended you." Manager Wang smiled apologetically. "Please wait for a moment, I'll make the arrangements now." He got up and walked to the door, opened it, and strode out. Lu Hong looked back and asked doubtfully, "Fatso, why did you split the herbs for the potential pill into 3 lists?" Fatso smiled slyly. "Of course it's to deceive others." Lu Hong was enlightened. There were 33 herbs for the potential pill. If they were listed in one list, this might arouse Manager Wang's suspicions. As the manager of the Treasure Pavilion, he was very familiar with the herbs for all kinds of pills. So, writing down the 33 herbs separately could dispel many of the other party's doubts. After a while, Manager Wang returned to the VIP room, took out a qiankun bag and placed it on the desk, smiling. The herbs you want are all inside. Fatty took a closer look and frowned. That's all? You still think it's not enough? Manager Wang was stunned and smiled bitterly. To be honest, this is all the inventory of the treasure pavilion. Fatso was a little disappointed. Lu Hong smiled. Then Senior, name a price. Manager Wang stretched out a finger and said, a total of 100 million. 100 million. Lu Hong was shocked and turned to look at Fatso. Wasn't it very little? Why was it 100 million? One had to know. The last time Manager Li took out all the inventory, it was only 30 million. Fatso waved his hand. Give him the gold coins. Lu Hong frowned and took out the qiankun bag. After paying the gold coins, she kept the list and left. They really are two rich people. But when did Haiyun City have such rich people? Looking at their strength, they don't seem to be very strong. They're probably from a big family who came out to purchase herbs on behalf of their family. Thinking of this, Manager Wang smiled in relief and didn't think too much about it. And Lu Hong snatched the qiankun bag the moment she walked out of the treasure pavilion. She was really puzzled. How many herbs were there in it? She didn't know if she didn't look, but she was shocked when she saw it. There were at least thousands of herbs in the qiankun bag. Moreover, there were even the most precious 9 suns flower, snow crystal, and fire ginseng. If Fat Lord didn't say that, how would we know if he gave us all the inventory? Little girl, you're still too inexperienced. Learn from him in the future. Fatso laughed sinisterly. Lu Hong rolled her eyes. This damn Fatso was really treacherous. But she didn't expect that Pan County would have so many herbs. This time, it was really a fruitful trip. Fatso was so proud that he didn't notice someone walking in front of him. That person also lowered his head, thinking about something. Bang! The two bumped into each other. Who are you? Don't you have eyes? Fatso was furious on the spot. He took a step back and glared at the man. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a white robe, with an outstanding temperament. I'm sorry. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was very polite. He smiled apologetically at the fatty. Then, he walked past Fatso and went straight into the treasure pavilion. Fatso frowned and said, What's wrong with this person? Lu Hong glared at him and said, Don't just blame others. Didn't you walk without looking? Let's go back and report to Qin Feiyang. Fatso's eyes lit up and he laughed. Boss will be very happy when he knows. The two of them walked away and quickly disappeared into the crowd. And the middle-aged man, after entering the treasure pavilion, went straight to Manager Wang. In the VIP room, Manager Wang looked up at the man and asked puzzledly, May I ask why you're looking for me? I want these herbs. The middle-aged man took out 2 lists and smiled faintly. Manager Wang took them and checked them one by one. A trace of doubt crept into his eyes. What's wrong? The middle-aged man asked, seeming a little nervous. Manager Wang said, The herbs on this list were all bought by someone just now. How is that possible? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Manager Wang asked suspiciously, Brother, the herbs on your list are exactly the same as the ones they listed. Could it be that you know each other? Impossible! How could anyone in Pan County know the herbs for the potential pill? Could it be him? The middle-aged man's gaze trembled and he smiled at Manager Wang. Yes, we know each other. I just didn't expect them to be here first. Sorry to disturb you. It's fine. Manager Wang shook his head and smiled, returning the list to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man immediately left in a hurry. There seemed to be a trace of anger in his eyes. Not long after the middle-aged man left, a white-haired old man entered the VIP room. Manager Wang hurriedly greeted him and asked, What took you so long? The white-haired old man sat next to the tea table and smiled. After coming out of the flower brothel, This old man went to the palace again to discuss the time of the friendly competition with King Pan. Manager Wang nodded and said, "Did Qin Feiyang tell you the herbs for the potential pill? That kid is very smart. He didn't say anything. He also didn't help us refine the best quality scarlet glazed pill." The white-haired old man shook his head helplessly. "You went to him personally and he refused to say anything. That kid doesn't know what's good for him." Manager Wang frowned. "What can we do? With Jiang Jingyi around, this old man doesn't dare to force him. However, if this old man didn't guess wrong, Qin Feiyang should be trying to buy all the herbs at a low price while we don't know about it. So, from now on, whether it's Qin Feiyang or Jiang Jingyi, as long as they come to buy herbs, they won't be sold. If there's a chance, let's see if we can get something out of them," the white-haired old man said. "Okay." Manager Wang nodded. However, the two didn't know that they were too late. Chapter 215. Flower Brothel. Inside the room, Qin Feiyang looked at the Qianquan bag in his hand, his eyes shining. Fatso and Lu Hong had already restored their true appearance, standing next to him, recounting their experience in the treasure pavilion. After listening, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Fatso and Lu Hong's ability to do things was really beyond his expectations. In the future, he could completely rest assured and leave these matters to the two of them to handle. Fatty chuckled and said, "Boss, we've made a great contribution this time. Shouldn't you reward us?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched, nodding with a smile. "Sure, but the premise is that if I give you a reward now, don't ask me for a potential pill in the future." Fatso was quite happy at first. But when he heard the latter part of the sentence, his face suddenly changed, and he quickly waved his hand. "This reward, Fat Lord still doesn't want it." Lu Hong covered her mouth and snickered at the side. Swoosh! Suddenly, a white figure flew through the window and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two. Qin Feiyang was startled and immediately became vigilant. "How could it be you?" But when Fatso saw the person's true appearance, he revealed a look of surprise. Lu Hong was the same. Qin Feiyang looked at the man, suspiciously looked at Fatso and Lu Hong and asked, "You know each other?" Fatso said, "When Fat Lord left the treasure pavilion, he bumped into Fat Lord." When the middle-aged man heard this, anger immediately crept onto his face and he said, "It really is you guys. Qin Feiyang, you're really amazing. You just entered King Pan's city and you immediately made the two of them sweep away all the medicinal ingredients." And? Fatso and Lu Hong looked at each other, frowning. Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man for a moment, and suddenly realized something, and said with a smile, "Senior, you can't blame me, you are too slow. What's going on?" Fatso glanced at the two of them, and suddenly thought of something. He asked in surprise, "Could it be that your pavilion master Jiang? What do you think?" The middle-aged man glared coldly at Fatso, and swallowed a facial restoration pill. Who else could it be but Jiang Jingyi when he regained his true appearance? "Ha ha!" Fatso couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Hong bowed and smiled. "Senior Jiang, I'm really sorry for bumping into you just now," Jiang Jingyi said angrily. "That's not the point. The point is, do you three bastards still have any respect for me?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Senior, we have always kept you in our hearts." Right. Fatso lowered his head again and again. His face was full of smiles. Jiang Jingyi gritted his teeth in anger as he looked at the three of them. Originally, he wanted to continue resting after the white-haired old man left. However, when he thought that Qin Feiyang might also be interested in those herbs, he immediately went to the treasure pavilion. In order not to attract attention, he even changed his appearance and walked there. However, he was still a step too late. Qin Feiyang said carefully, "Senior, we're competing fairly and using our own methods. You won't bully the weak, right?" Jiang Jingyi said playfully. "What if I bully the weak?" Qin Feiyang said. "If you're unreasonable, then there's nothing I can do." "Humph!" Jiang Jingyi snorted and rolled his eyes at him. He asked, "How many herbs did you get?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I don't know yet, but it shouldn't be much. Jiang Jingyi said, Don't try to fool me. Let me tell you, everyone has a share. No matter what, you have to give me some. Qin Feiyang was a little helpless. He smiled faintly and said, How about this, you pay 10 times the price, and I'll sell them all to you. Why don't you just rob me? Jiang Jingyi gritted his teeth. 10 times, to think that this kid could say it. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior, since we've already talked about it, why don't we cooperate? Don't try to change the topic. Jiang Jingyi said angrily, but after thinking, he asked again. How? Qin Feiyang said. Let me ask first, Senior, when you went to the treasure pavilion, did you say anything? Do I look like such a stupid person to you? Jiang Jingyi said angrily. Then it's easy. Other than Pan King City, there are other cities in Pan County. For example, the treasure pavilion in Haiyuan City must have herbs for the potential pill. Why don't we visit all the treasure pavilions in Pan County before the friendly competition starts? Qin Feiyang smiled and said. In fact, he had this idea from the beginning. However, because he and Fatso were too slow, they couldn't rush to other cities in a short time. Jiang Jingyi was different. With his speed, he estimated that he could visit all the cities in Pan County in less than a day. That's a good idea. Kid, thank you for your reminder. When I come back, I'll give you some. Jiang Jingyi's eyes revealed a sinister smile. Fatso said angrily. Senior, what do you mean, you want to take it all for yourself? What else? Don't tell me you want to share? No way, I'll tell you. Jiang Jingyi snorted coldly. You're too immoral. Fatso was indignant. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop Fatso and looked at Jiang Jingyi with a smile. Senior, if you insist on doing this, I won't dare to have any objections, but if the chief pavilion master of Pan County knows about those herbs, I'm afraid you won't get what you want. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the other two suffer, Jiang Jingyi was a little proud. However, when he heard the latter part, his face changed and he said angrily, Are you threatening me? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, No, it's not a threat, it's a win-win situation. I'm not going overboard, let's split the profits, you get 60%, I get 40%. Lu Hong said with a smile. Pavilion Master Jiang, we've already given in, we're not letting you down. Jiang Jingyi frowned. A moment later, he looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. I get 70%, you get 30%. If you agree, it's a deal. Qin Feiyang thought and said, If that's the case, we won't be responsible for the gold coins used to buy the herbs, you'll bear it alone. Bastard, you want to get something for nothing? Jiang Jingyi was furious. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Senior, you won't lose anything. Everyone wants the potential pill, and it'll definitely be sold for a good price. Then tell me, who would be willing to sell the potential pill? Cut the crap, let's split the profits 30 to 70. We'll each pay half of the gold coins used to buy the herbs. If you agree, we'll set off immediately. Jiang Jingyi waved his hand impatiently. Qin Feiyang frowned and nodded. Okay, deal. Lu Hong, go with Senior Jiang. Okay. Lu Hong nodded. Jiang Jingyi said angrily, Did you send her to spy on me? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Look at what you're saying. It's too hurtful. I sent her to help Senior. Hypocrite. Jiang Jingyi glanced at him with disdain. After a slight disguise, Jiang Jingyi jumped out of the window with Lu Hong and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Fatso said unhappily, Boss, isn't it too much of a loss for us to split the profits 30 to 70? What's the hurry? In the entire Great Qin Empire, I'm the only one who knows how to refine the potential pill. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's right. Fatso came to a realization and couldn't help but smile evilly. No matter how many medicinal herbs Jiang Jingyi obtained, in the end, wouldn't he still have to ask Boss Qin to help him refine it? According to the old rules, they could split the profits 50 to 50. At that time, they could make a huge profit. But suddenly, he frowned again. That's not right, boss. How can you be so sure that you're the only one who knows how to refine it in the Great Qin Empire? Qin Feiyang smiled and didn't answer. In the imperial capital, what kind of pills had he not heard of? There was no such thing as a potential pill. If he hadn't encountered the pill scripture, he wouldn't have known that there was such a pill in the world. If even the imperial capital didn't have it, it was naturally impossible for other places to have it. In the evening, Jia He called everyone to the hall. The eldest prince and the others who went out for a stroll had also returned. Everyone sat around the table. Old Ancestor Lin glanced at everyone and asked, "Have you seen Pavilion Master Jiang?" Everyone shook their heads. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were also silent. Zhao Shuanger smiled. He should have something to do and went out. He didn't even say anything when he went out. He really has no discipline at all. Jia He snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Luo Qinzhu frowned and said coldly, "Does he need to report to you when he goes out? What right do you have to say that he has no discipline?" Jia He raised his head and looked at Luo Qinzhu. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but in the end he said, "I spoke too much. I'm sorry." Others didn't know, but he knew very well. Jiang Jingyi loved this daughter very much. If he dared to do anything to Luo Qinzhu, Jiang Jingyi would definitely not let him go. Cough, cough. Old Ancestor Lin coughed and said with a smile, "It's not a big deal. There's no need to alarm Pavilion Master Jiang." As he spoke, he took out a Qianquan bag from his bosom and threw it on the table. He smiled faintly and said, "This is the ransom for He Jun and the other two. 300 million gold coins, not a word less. In addition, there's one more thing to announce. The friendly competition will begin in half a month. This old man hopes that in this half a month, you won't run around and strive to raise your strength to another level. Also, according to our investigation, those people who fought with you outside the city today are not the ones who are going to compete with you. They are just the more outstanding young people in Panwang City. None of the people who are going to fight with you on the field have appeared. They are all cultivating in seclusion. As for their strength, Pan Wang and the others have deliberately sealed it off. We can't find out. So you must not let your guard down." Old Ancestor Lin warned with a solemn expression. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Old Ancestor Lin looked at Wolf King and said with a smile, "You can also participate in the friendly competition. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Wolf King held the Qianquan bag in his mouth and ran upstairs. "Wait!" Jia He shouted at this time. "What?" Wolf King turned his head and looked at him unhappily. Jia He said, "These gold coins aren't yours alone. Brother Wolf knows that Ling Brat has a share, but he definitely won't snatch it from Brother Wolf. If you have the time, you might as well go and find out about the other party's strength." Wolf King glanced at him with disdain, then turned around and ran upstairs. Swish! Jia He flashed and landed in front of him, snatching the Qianquan bag. "Old thing, what do you mean?" The Wolf King was enraged. "Listen carefully, these gold coins are not yours and Ling Yunfei's. They are everyone's. Everyone has a share," Jia He said gloomily. Chapter 216. Wolf King was stunned and asked, "What did you say? Say it again?" "Everyone has a share of the 300 million gold coins," Jia He said word by word. "Why? It was Brother Wolf and Ling Brat who took action. It was also us who captured He Jun and the other two alive. You guys have been watching the show from the sidelines and want a share of the profits? Isn't that too whimsical?" Wolf King said angrily. "That's right, these gold coins should be divided equally between Wolf King and me." Ling Yunfei stood up and said. Jia He sneered. "You can't be so selfish. Although you guys captured them alive, without us, you guys would have been killed by the 3 patriarchs. Forget it. With your strength, it's not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. They are afraid of Jiang Jingyi, understand? If you want to divide, you can give Luo Qinzhu a share. As for the others, don't even think about it." Wolf King said disdainfully. Shui Yang said, "What are you being arrogant for? Even if you guys didn't take action, we could still take them down, Lin Hao said. We just don't like to show off like you guys. Pa! Qin Feiyang slapped the table and stood up. You can't be too greedy. It's just 300 million gold coins, I don't care much about it. I'll reward you guys to drink. En? Shui Yang and the others frowned. Qin Feiyang turned and walked to Wolf King's side, looking at Jia He. Please make way. That disdainful gaze and contemptuous tone made Jia He's blood boil. He didn't make way. He wanted to see what Qin Feiyang could do to him. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He grabbed Wolf King and jumped directly to the corridor on the second floor. Ling Yunfei, there's no need to quarrel over that little bit of gold coins, he said indifferently and entered the room with Wolf King without looking back. Ling Yunfei glanced at Shui Yang and the others as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He also leaped up to the second floor, walked into Qin Feiyang's room, and closed the door with a bang. I don't want these gold coins. You can divide them among yourselves. Luo Qingzhu, Zhao Shuanger, and Feng Ling'er looked at each other, then got up and left. The Crown Prince and old ancestor Lin were silent. Shui Yang and the others were furious. The atmosphere at the scene was rather strange. Tea room. Ling Yunfei slapped the coffee table and raged. Jia He has gone too far. When Brother Wolf becomes stronger, I'll kill him first. Wolf King's huge eyes were filled with a terrifying, ominous glint. Don't worry. Sooner or later they will spit out what they have swallowed today, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. He had plenty of ways to deal with these clowns. Dong! At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The Crown Prince pushed the door open and walked into the tea room. He smiled and said, Brother Qin, can we talk? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Crown Prince sat by the coffee table and glanced at the two men and the wolf. He shook his head and sighed. I'm sorry I didn't speak up for you just now. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, It's okay. After all, we are in Pan County now. It's normal for your highness to have scruples. The Crown Prince frowned and said, Since Brother Qin has seen through it so clearly, why did you still offend Jia He? He was puzzled. Was Qin Feiyang not afraid that Jia He would secretly do something to prevent him from returning to Yan County? I already have a deep grudge against him. Why would I care about this time? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. That's true. The Crown Prince nodded and smiled. So Brother Qin already has a plan. I was worried for nothing. I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Crown Prince got up and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. What's he doing here? Ling Yunfei frowned. He's just trying to get on our good side, Qin Feiyang said. It seems that after the lesson last time, he has restrained himself a lot. Ling Yunfei smirked. Rather than saying that he's restrained himself, it's better to say that it's the trend. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and smiled. The Crown Prince was a sensible person. He was also someone who could not let go of things. He knew that he was the only one who could make the potential pill. If he continued to cause trouble, he would not be able to get the potential pill even if he gathered all the herbs in the future. You guys cultivate first. I'll go ask Fatso if the herbs are ready. Qin Feiyang appeared in the castle with a thought. He saw Fatso lying on the ground, grinning from ear to ear. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, From the looks of it, you must have had a good harvest. Correct. Fatso got up and said with a smile, Let me tell you, together with our original herbs, Fat Lord has gathered 9 sets of herbs for the potential pill. So many! Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Together with the original potential pill, he now had a total of 10 potential pills. He immediately opened the furnace to refine the pills. He was very careful with every step. About an hour later, in the jade box beside him, there were 10 blood-red pills lying quietly. If I auction it, how many gold coins would it be sold for? Fatso's eyes lit up. I don't think anyone can afford it. Qin Feiyang was also full of smiles. He took out another jade box and placed it on the altar. Then, he left the castle with Fatso. The jade box that he took out contained 24 supreme-grade red fire-colored glass pills. Because there was no place safer than the castle. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. Qin Feiyang finally broke through to 2-star martial ancestor realm. This kind of speed made the Wolf King very envious. There are still 12 days before the competition starts. Before the competition starts, I should be able to break through to 3-star martial ancestor realm. Qin Feiyang whispered, turned to look at Wolf King, and said helplessly, I envy you. Not to mention that you didn't break through, your strength soared by several levels. I'm really curious, what kind of wolf are you? Why are you so heaven-defying? Hee hee. Wolf King said with a sinister smile. Let me tell you a secret. In fact, Brother Wolf has been enlightened by a mysterious expert. He told Brother Wolf that Brother Wolf is a divine wolf that is rarely seen in a million years. Why don't you die? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. At this time, Fatso came in through the window. Qin Feiyang asked, Have you found out? Wolf King also looked at it expectantly. After coming out of the castle, he asked Fatso to go to the treasure pavilion to find out if there was any martial arts that Wolf King practiced. In these 3 days, Fatso also stayed outside and didn't come back. Fatso looked at Wolf King, shook his head and sighed. The treasure pavilion doesn't have it. Wolf King's eyes were suddenly filled with disappointment. Fatso said again, But Fat Lord heard that the royal family seems to have a kind of perfect martial arts that ferocious beasts practice. I just don't know if it's suitable for Brother Wolf. Wolf King said excitedly, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and see. Don't worry, we still have to think about it. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop Wolf King, his eyes filled with a thoughtful light. We have to discuss it properly. That Xia Qianqian hates us to the bone. If she finds out, not to mention perfect martial arts, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to even enter the palace. Fatso said worriedly. He glanced around the room and said in surprise, Lu Hong isn't back yet? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. It's been 3 days. What is she doing? Fatso frowned. Speak of the devil. Lu Hong pushed open the door and entered, looking travel-worn. Fatso immediately went up and asked, How many medicinal herbs did you get? Jiang and I ran through all the major cities and got a good harvest, but I only got a few hundred. Lu Hong took out a Qiankun bag and handed it to Fatso. Fatso checked it carefully and said to Qin Feiyang, I can only gather 2 sets of medicinal herbs. That's fine too. Qin Feiyang smiled. Jiang got 70%, which means that he has at least 5 sets of medicinal herbs for potential pills. What a pity. If one of us was a war emperor, we wouldn't have let him get such a big bargain. Fatso was very indignant. You have to know how to be content. Qin Feiyang patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Wolf King and I will go to the palace. You guys have worked hard these days, so stay here and have a good rest. Can you guys do it? Fatso was a little worried. We have to do it even if we can't. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he quickly left the flower brothel with Wolf King. Panwang City was also divided into 4 districts. The royal family was also in the East District. When a man and a wolf arrived at the palace gate, it was already noon. Qin Feiyang? The 2 guards at the gate were surprised when they saw Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Why did these 2 guys come to the palace? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, I'll have to trouble you 2 to inform King Pan that Qin Feiyang requests an audience. Wait a moment. One of the guards turned and ran into the palace. Not long after, the guard hurriedly ran out and said coldly, Follow me. Qin Feiyang didn't mind and followed behind the guard. Soon, they arrived in front of a throne room. Go in by yourself, the guard said indifferently and turned to leave. Wolf King said unhappily, Do we owe him money? Qin Feiyang smiled and strode into the throne room. The decoration was very luxurious, and every place showed a luxurious aura. Directly above, there was a dragon throne made of gold, looking very domineering. But Qin Feiyang could tell at a glance that it wasn't a real dragon throne. Because in the entire territory, Only one person was qualified to sit on the dragon throne, and that was his father, the emperor of the great Qin Empire. And the dragon throne in front of him was just a flood dragon throne. King Pan was sitting on the flood dragon throne at this moment, wearing a golden robe and a crown on his head, looking quite imposing. Qin Feiyang stood in the middle of the throne room and cupped his hands. "Greetings, King Pan," King Pan asked. "What's the matter?" His tone was not very kind. Especially when he looked at Wolf King, there was a trace of anger on his face. Wolf King said unhappily, "Don't look at Brother Wolf like that. Brother Wolf didn't ask for a single word of your 300 million gold coins." "En?" King Pan was puzzled. Qin Feiyang didn't want to talk nonsense and said with a smile, "Junior heard that Senior has a perfect martial skill cultivated by a fierce beast. I wonder if you can sell it to Junior?" "Martial skill?" King Pan glanced at Wolf King, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. He nodded and said, "I do have a martial skill that is suitable for it to cultivate, but I can't sell it to you. Please go back." Wolf King's eyes suddenly became fiery. Qin Feiyang said, "No matter how high the price is, Senior, please consider it again." He had to cut the Gordian knot. Otherwise, when Xia Qianqian heard the news and rushed over, this matter would definitely be ruined. "Do you think I'm a person who lacks money? However, if you can agree to one condition, not to mention selling it to you, I can even give it to you." Chapter 217. Qin Feiyang asked, "What's the condition?" Just as Pan Wang was about to speak, a young girl in the prime of her youth rushed in. "Father, you can't give him the martial arts technique no matter what." It was Xia Qianqian. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. What he was afraid of really came true. Wolf King's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said telepathically, "Little Qin Zi, just take her down and threaten King Pan." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Using the princess to threaten King Pan in the throne room, this bastard thought of it. One had to know. This was someone else's territory. At that time, even Jiang Jingyi couldn't protect them. Xia Qianqian glanced fiercely at the man and wolf, ran to King Pan, hugged his arm, and said aggrievedly, "Father, they bullied me in Yan County, quickly take them down." King Pan frowned and said, "Don't be rude to the guests." "Are they guests?" "Father, I want them to have a taste of being bullied." Xia Qianqian's face was full of disdain and resentment. Qin Feiyang said, "You only know how to blame others and don't know how to reflect. Is this the virtue of Princess Pan?" "What did you say?" Xia Qianqian suddenly turned to look at him, her eyes flashing with strong hatred. King Pan pulled her back and said with a frown, "Qin Feiyang, isn't it a bit inappropriate to criticize my daughter in front of me? Even now, King Pan is still protecting her. No wonder she is so arrogant and rude, it's all because you spoil her. Although there is an old saying that a poor son and a rich daughter, to spoil her to this extent is your dereliction of duty, King Pan. I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried that if you continue to spoil her, she might bring disaster to you in the future. King Pan, you have to be careful." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "Bastard!" Xia Qianqian was so angry that her body trembled, and she shouted in a stern voice, "Men, take them down for me!" Tada! Accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps. 4 black-armored guards ran into the throne room. His gaze was extremely sharp. The long spear in his hand shone with a cold light. The palace was instantly filled with a murderous aura. "Roar!" Wolf King let out a fierce roar, his entire body exuding an astonishing aura of hostility. "Calm down!" Qin Feiyang reached out to stop it. He raised his head and looked at the King of Pan. His gaze was calm. King Pan's heart was filled with disbelief. To be able to remain so calm in the face of such a situation, this person's temperament was truly impressive. The 4 guards surrounded the man and the wolf, but they didn't attack. Instead, they looked at Pan Wang questioningly. "Didn't you hear what I said? Take them down!" Xia Qianqian shouted. "Yes." One of the guards nodded and shouted. "Let go!" Pan Wang said. Wait! The four of them immediately stopped. Xia Qianqian turned to look at Pan Wang and said, Father, Pan Wang said angrily, that's enough. There's nothing for you to do here. Get down. Xia Qianqian said unwillingly. Father, he already said that to you. Are you still planning to let them go? Pan Wang sighed helplessly and looked at Qin Feiyang. If you are willing to join Pan County, I will give you the perfect martial skill. What? Xia Qianqian's eyes widened. She seriously suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. But after thinking about it, the corner of her mouth pursed into a sneer. As long as this man and wolf joined Pan County, wouldn't she be able to play with them wantonly? Qin Feiyang frowned and said with a faint smile, You want to bribe me with a perfect martial skill. King Pan is really generous. There was a trace of sarcasm in his words. Pan Wang said with a smile, A perfect martial skill is extremely rare. If you miss the village, there won't be a shop. Think about it carefully. Rare? Qin Feiyang didn't hide his sneer and said indifferently, I have a good suggestion. I will use the list of medicinal ingredients for the potential pill to exchange for that martial skill. How about it? Since most of the medicinal ingredients in the major cities had been swept clean by him and Jiang Jingyi, it didn't matter if he told these people about the medicinal ingredients. Pan Wang was obviously tempted, but he shook his head and said, It's not worth it, unless you give me the pill recipe for the potential pill. Give you the pill recipe? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed. Pan Wang, don't you think this request is ridiculous? Before coming, I told myself to be amiable. After all, you are a senior and a duke. But I didn't expect that my amiable attitude would be exchanged with you guys wanting a yard after taking an inch. I don't want the martial skill. White-eyed wolf, let's go. Qin Feiyang called out and turned to walk out of the hall. Hee, don't regret it. Wolf King grinned at Pan Wang and his daughter, then turned around and chased after Qin Feiyang. Xia Qianqian's eyes were spitting fire. She shouted at the four guards, What are you waiting for? Stop them! Whoosh! The four of them turned around and took a few steps forward, blocking the path of the man and the wolf. What? Are you trying to coerce me? Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Pan Wang looked at the man and wolf, his eyes flickering. In the end, he nodded and said, Okay, I promise you. Use the list of herbs in exchange. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm no longer interested in that martial skill. Pan Wang's eyes darkened. You're making fun of me. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You're the one who's insatiable, and now you're blaming me. Are the royal families of Pan County also rude and unreasonable? Also, I can't bear the crime of making fun of the Duke. You can't use your status to slander me. He added. Preposterous. Xia Qianqian was so angry that she stomped her feet. Father, he's looking down on our royal family. Quickly kill them. Take them down. Pan Wang's face was gloomy as he waved his hand. Killing intent surged in the eyes of the four guards as they rushed toward Qin Feiyang and Wolf King in unison. I promise, you'll regret it. Qin Feiyang grinned at Pan Wang and led Wolf King directly to the castle. The four guards were bewildered. Pan Wang also stood up abruptly. His eyes swept over the place where the man and wolf disappeared, and he was full of disbelief. How could such a big living person disappear into thin air? He looked at Xia Qianqian and asked, What's going on? I don't know either. Xia Qianqian shook her head. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and said, I heard in Yan County that Qin Feiyang has a treasure that can hide him. He must be hiding in there now. It's said that he can even hear the conversation outside. Heard about it. Pan Wang's face was full of disbelief. Even he couldn't sense it. What level was the treasure hiding in there? Why didn't you tell me earlier? He glared at Xia Qianqian angrily. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have dared to use force. After being fiercely glared at by Pan Wang, Xia Qianqian felt so wrong that tears flowed out of her eyes. Pan Wang felt helpless and comforted her. All right, It's my fault. I shouldn't blame you, but you really have to change your temper. Xia Qianshan said. Father, can you kill Qin Feiyang and that beast? Pan Wang shook his head and said, No, Qin Feiyang is highly valued by the prefecture. We can't kill him. Moreover, if he dies in Pan County, Yan County won't let it go. You can leave first. Xia Qianshan said resentfully. Even if we don't kill them, we have to make them suffer. Pan Wang nodded and said, all right, I'll do as you say. Hurry up and leave. I still have things to deal with. Xia Qianshan smiled and ran out of the throne room with light steps and joy. Pan Wang returned to the dragon throne and waved to the 4 guards. Go outside and guard. Yes. The 4 of them bowed and walked out of the hall to guard the 2 sides of the door. Pan Wang faced the empty void and said, Qin Feiyang, I apologize to you for what happened before. However, it's not right for you to continue hiding like this. Why don't you come out? Let's have a proper talk. But there was no response. If you continue to hide, I can't do anything to you. But I'll keep people here. This way, you won't be able to leave this hall. Without the image crystal, you can't ask Jiang Jingyi for help. At that time, if Jiang Jingyi comes to ask, I can lie and say that you've already left. So, don't think about wasting time with me. As long as you give me the potential pills formula, I'll not only give you the martial skill, but also treat you as an honored guest. Pan Wang said indifferently. Inside the castle! Wolf King said angrily. Did you hear that? Not only did this old man not repent, he even blatantly threatened us. We can't let him go like this. We have to make him pay the price. Qin Feiyang said. This kind of person really needs to be taught a deep lesson. Wolf King sneered. And he said that we don't have the image crystal. He really thinks he's smart. Immediately send a message to Fatso and ask Jiang Jingyi to come. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, but then took it back and shook his head. Don't inform Jiang Jingyi for now. Wolf King was slightly stunned and asked, What do you mean? If we leave the palace now, it'll be too boring. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth rose as he pursed his lips into a meaningful smile. Outside. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't appear, Pan Wang also lost his patience. He got up and walked out of the hall, said something to the 4 guards, and left in large strides. The 4 guards also turned and entered the hall, surrounding the place where the man and wolf disappeared. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. The 4 guards suddenly quivered and pointed their spears at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Don't be rash. If you accidentally hurt me, all of you will be finished. The 4 of them looked at each other, with a trace of fear in their eyes. Quickly go and inform Pan Wang. One of them said in a low voice. The person next to him immediately turned around and ran outside. Qin Feiyang opened his mouth and asked, Do you want the potential pill? The guard who ran out suddenly stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang with a surprised expression. The other 3 were the same. Their eyes were full of desire. Qin Feiyang smiled. If you want, go and prepare some firewood for me, dry ones. What do you want firewood for? One of them asked. Qin Feiyang sighed. It's too boring inside, I want to get some barbecue. Barbecue? The faces of the 4 people twitched non-stop. Chapter 218. The 4 guards were a little hesitant, not knowing if they should do so. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I'll give the potential elixir to whoever finds me the firewood first. Wait a moment. The guard standing outside the door immediately turned around and disappeared without a trace. The 3 people surrounding Qin Feiyang had vexed looks on their faces. The potential elixir was a fatal temptation to anyone. However, they still didn't know Qin Feiyang. If it were the guards of the County Yan Palace, they would definitely not listen to his nonsense. After a while, the guard came back. In his hand, he was carrying a large bundle of dry firewood. He ran to Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, Young Master Qin, is this okay? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded and took the firewood from the guard's hand. He said with a smile, "You're a good person. I'll take you to see my hidden treasure." Okay. The guard nodded and bowed. He was very excited. Qin Feiyang grabbed him and entered the castle. This is. The guard scanned the castle in bewilderment, his face full of amazement. How is it? It's amazing, isn't it? Qin Feiyang smiled and threw the bundle of firewood on the ground. It's not amazing. It's too amazing. The guard was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took out a rib and smashed it on the back of the guard's head. You! The guard looked at him in disbelief. The next moment, he fell to the ground and fainted. Little Qin Zi, what do you want to do? Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang didn't explain. He put away the rib, quickly took off the black armor on the guard and put it aside. Then he took out a piece of clothing from the Qiankun bag and threw it on the bundle of firewood. Then, he took out another match and set the garment ablaze. After a while, the clothes and firewood were burning. Wolf King said in surprise, "What do you mean? Are you going to destroy the corpse? Don't you think of anything good in your head all day long?" Qin Feiyang gave him a knock on the head and appeared in the hall with the bundle of burning firewood. "Brother Qin, what are you doing? Where's Theta Wang?" The three guards looked at him in confusion. Theta Wang was the guard who was knocked out by Qin Feiyang. "Theta Wang is eating barbecue inside." Qin Feiyang grinned and kicked the bundle of firewood with all his might. At once, sparks flew. The three guards were shocked and hurriedly. The bundle of firewood was scattered and shot. A piece of firewood flew a golden yellow curtain. The curtain was made of silk. When it came into contact with fire, it instantly burned. "This not good. Stop him. Let's go put out the fire." The faces of the three suddenly changed. Two of them ran to put out the fire. The other person stretched out his hand at the same time and grabbed Qin Feiyang. Swish! Qin Feiyang disappeared into thin air and entered the castle. Without saying a word, he took out an illusory form pill and threw it into his mouth, turning into Theta Wang's appearance. He swiftly wore the black armor on his body. Then, he appeared in the hall again. The guard who captured him earlier was also putting out the fire, because the flammable objects in various places were already burning. Moreover, the fire was spreading rapidly. The air also became extremely hot. When one of the guards noticed Qin Feiyang, he anxiously shouted, "Theta Wang, what are you waiting for? Come and help!" Another guard said angrily, "Why didn't you stop Qin Feiyang when you were there?" Qin Feiyang pretended to be overly frightened and said, "I didn't know that he was going to start a fire and burn the throne room. You guys keep an eye on him. I'll get someone to help." Finished. Qin Feiyang turned around and ran out of the hall in a panic. "What's going on? Why is the throne room on fire?" As soon as he ran out of the hall, more than a dozen guards ran towards him, their faces full of anxiety. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's talk later. Help put out the fire." The dozen or so guards quickly ran into the hall. "This is just the beginning." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, glanced ahead, and ran towards the back of the throne room. A group of maids and guards were running towards him with buckets of water. "Hurry up and put out the fire!" Qin Feiyang shouted at them. The group of maids and guards did not say a single word as they hurriedly ran past him. Qin Feiyang suddenly reached out, grabbed the last maid, and said, "Take me to the princess." The maid looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang took out the chang shui, pressed it against her back, and said coldly, "Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you." The maid wanted to scream, but when she heard this, she immediately shut up, her cheeks pale. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry. As long as you do as I say, I won't hurt you. Let's go." The maid lowered her head and walked along a small path towards the west of the palace. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind her. On the way, they also encountered many maids and guards who were running towards the throne room. But under his threat, the maid didn't dare to move at all. Hundreds of breaths passed. A dazzling palace entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. On the left side of the palace, there was a garden. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, competing for beauty. One could smell an intoxicating fragrance from afar. The lush green little trees swayed in the wind like young girls. In the middle of the garden, there was a pavilion. Xia Qianqian was sitting in the pavilion. There were also a few maids waiting on her. At the entrance of the garden, there were 2 guards standing straight, looking straight ahead. They were obviously protecting Xia Qianqian's safety. "You know how to enjoy yourself?" Qin Feiyang sneered secretly. Seeing that there was no one nearby, he knocked the maid unconscious and sent her into the castle. Then, he put away the Chang Shui and ran towards the garden in a panic. "Stop!" The 2 guards guarding the path reached out to stop him and frowned. "I remember that you are a guard of the throne room. What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang said. "The throne room is on fire." "What?" The 2 guards were startled and raised their heads to look into the distance. Sure enough, they saw a thick smoke above the throne room. "What's going on?" The 2 of them were bewildered. Qin Feiyang was about to speak. At this moment, Xia Qianqian's voice sounded. "What are you doing there? Why are you so alarmed?" Qin Feiyang looked up at Xia Qianqian and said, "Princess, Qin Feiyang set fire to the throne room. The commander asked me to tell you not to run around. He actually dares to burn the throne room." Xia Qianqian suddenly stood up and walked out of the pavilion angrily. She looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Where is he now?" Qin Feiyang said, "He's still hiding in that treasure. Setting fire to the throne room is a serious crime. Even if Jiang Jingyi comes out this time, he won't be able to save him." Xia Qianqian's eyes flashed with killing intent as she walked towards the throne room. Qin Feiyang hurriedly blocked in front of her and shook his head. "Princess, you can't go. It's too dangerous." "Yes, Princess, you should go back to your bedroom first. I'll go and take a look at the situation." The 2 guards and the maids also tried to persuade her. Xia Qianqian frowned and ordered, "If there's a situation, report it immediately." "Yes." The 2 guards respectfully replied and turned to run towards the throne room. Xia Qianqian looked at Qin Feiyang again and frowned. "What are you still standing there for?" Qin Feiyang said. "Princess, I've thought of a brilliant plan. I guarantee that I'll kill Qin Feiyang and vent my anger for you." "Hmm?" Xia Qianqian was stunned and asked. "What brilliant plan?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 guards and saw that they had already run far away. He used the shifting smoke steps and quickly knocked out the maids. Following closely, before Xia Qianqian could react, he took out the Chang Shui and pressed it against Xia Qianqian's back. "What are you doing?" Xia Qianqian was incomparably shocked and furious. "Princess, there are too many people around. It's a little inconvenient to talk." Qin Feiyang laughed softly. "Are you going to rebel?" Xia Qianqian shouted angrily. "Rebel?" Qin Feiyang sneered. With a slight force from his arm, the tip of the Chang Shui cut through Xia Qianqian's clothes and left a bloody mark on her pure white skin. Qin Feiyang said, "Princess, keep your voice down. If you startle me, I might accidentally kill you." Xia Qianqian's body and mind trembled as she asked, "What do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'll have to trouble Princess to take me to the treasure vault." Xia Qianqian said gloomily, "You actually dare to have designs on the treasure vault. You've really eaten the guts of a leopard. Cut the crap, hurry up. Otherwise, I'll tell you to go see the King of Hell right now." Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. Xia Qianqian's delicate body trembled as she walked along a winding path and said in a low voice, "If you're willing to let go now and take the initiative to apologize to this princess will consider sparing your life. Otherwise, even if you succeed, don't even think about leaving the palace today." Qin Feiyang said, "Princess, you don't have to worry about this." A moment later, the 2 of them arrived in front of a huge palace. This was King Pan's bedroom. There were also guards guarding the door. And there were more than a dozen of them. Qin Feiyang glanced at them, leaned close to Xia Qianqian's ear, and whispered, "Be honest, or don't blame this subordinate for being ruthless." The two of them walked over. The guards bowed and said, "Greetings, Princess." "Yes." Xia Qianqian nodded and asked, "Where's my father?" One of the guards said, "He just went to the throne room. If Princess has something urgent, this subordinate will go and report it." A trace of disappointment immediately crept up in Xia Qianqian's eyes. She shook her head and said, "There's nothing urgent. There's no need to specially call him. This princess will go in and wait for a while. After that." She walked towards the main hall. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind her. A guard suddenly noticed Xia Qianqian's abnormality and asked doubtfully, "Princess, why do you look a little strange? Are you still sweating?" "It's nothing. It's just that the weather is too hot," Xia Qianqian said expressionlessly. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to successfully enter the main hall, a guard on the left suddenly pointed at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "You're not allowed to go in." At the same time, Xia Qianqian threw herself forward and fell to the ground, shouting, "Kill him quickly!" The dozen or so guards were stunned. They all held their spears and charged towards Qin Feiyang. "Damn it!" Qin Feiyang's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly put away the Chang Shui. Chapter 219. At the same time as he put away Chang Shui, Qin Feiyang took a step forward, grabbed Xia Qianqian's arm, and pulled her up. Following closely, he grabbed Xia Qianqian's neck and shouted without turning his head, "Stop immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite." The dozen or so guards stopped in unison, their eyes flashing with a cold light. Xia Qianqian struggled. But she was only a 9-star martial master, and Qin Feiyang was already a 2-star martial ancestor realm. How could she break free? "Quickly report to the king!" a guard in the front row said to a guard behind him. Qin Feiyang held Xia Qianqian hostage, turned to look at the guards, and said, "Whoever dares to report, I will kill her right now." "How dare you!" More than a dozen guards stared at him sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and with a squeeze of his 5 fingers, Xia Qianqian's face instantly turned red, and she found it difficult to breathe. "Stop!" The guards' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly shouted. Qin Feiyang loosened his grip, and Xia Qianqian immediately gasped for breath. But before she could catch her breath, Qin Feiyang grabbed her and retreated to the center of the hall. He said to the guards, "All of you come in." The dozen or so guards looked at each other, and walked into the hall one after another. "Close the door," Qin Feiyang said. A guard turned around and closed the door of the hall. "I know you. Your name is Theta Wang. I advise you to let the princess go immediately. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death today," the 3 guards said gloomily. "You don't have to worry about that." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, lowered his head and leaned close to Xia Qianqian's ear, and sneered, "This is your last chance. If you dare to play tricks again, I guarantee that I will break your neck on the spot. Tell me, where is the treasure vault?" "What? Theta Wang, are you borrowing courage from the heavens?" The dozen or so guards were dumbstruck. Not only did he blackmail the princess, but he also wanted to loot the treasury. He was simply crazy. Xia Qianqian was deathly pale. She pointed at the chair in front of the main hall and said fearfully, "The treasure vault is behind that wall." Qin Feiyang led her towards the chair while keeping an eye on the dozen or so bodyguards. Now, no more accidents could happen. Otherwise, he would really have died here today. Several breaths later, he came to the back of the chair and glanced at the wall. It seemed to be a seamless hole without any gaps. He frowned and said, "There should be a mechanism. Quickly open it." Xia Qianqian shook her head and said, "I don't know. Only Father knows." "Looks like you're still dishonest." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He squeezed hard with his big hand, and a low and weak cracking sound came from Xia Qianqian's neck. However, when this fell into the ears of Xia Qianqian and the dozen or so guards, it was like a bolt from the blue. Xia Qianqian nodded hurriedly. The guards also hurriedly ran forward and looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Qin Feiyang's 5 fingers loosened slightly as he said coldly, "My patience is about to be worn out by you. Hurry up!" Xia Qianqian took a few breaths and pointed to the chair. "Turn that bead and the wall will automatically open." "Bead?" Qin Feiyang looked over. The chair was made of gold, and its entire body was golden. And at the top of the center of the chair, there was a fist-sized bead inlaid. It was also made of gold. "How extravagant!" Qin Feiyang sneered, reached out to grab the bead, and twisted it forcefully. The wall at the sides suddenly cracked and moved to both sides. What entered his line of sight was a treasure vault that was dozens of feet long. Inside, gold coins piled up like a mountain. There were all kinds of rare treasures. The guards were dumbfounded on the spot. Although they had been here all year round, this was the first time they had seen the treasure vault, and the first time they had seen so many treasures. Because other than the princess, no one was allowed to enter King Pan's chamber. Qin Feiyang was also very shocked, but he did not lose his calm. He took out a few empty qianqun bags and threw them to the guards. He shouted, "Go and pack them up for me immediately." But the guards did not dare to move. Qin Feiyang sneered. "Princess, why aren't you saying anything? Do you want to die? Do as he says," Xia Qianqian hurriedly said. A few guards hurriedly grabbed the qianqun bags and quickly ran into the treasure vault. In less than a few breaths, the entire treasure vault was swept clean. After putting all the qianqun bags into his bag, Qin Feiyang said coldly, "All of you go in." More than a dozen guards looked at each other and walked into the treasure vault helplessly. Qin Feiyang grabbed the golden bead and turned it forcefully, and the wall quickly closed. "You have the thing, let go of the princess." The guards were burning with anxiety. "Don't worry, I will let her go. Princess, sorry for the offense." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he knocked on the back of Xia Qianqian's head. Xia Qianqian let out a miserable groan and fainted on the spot, slowly falling to the ground. At the same time, the wall was also completely closed. The reason why he left Xia Qianqian outside was because he was worried that there would be a mechanism in the treasure vault. And now, even if there was a mechanism inside, the guards wouldn't know about it, so they wouldn't be able to chase after him. He also had enough time to return to the throne room. He didn't stay any longer. He quickly ran to the back of the door and looked outside through the gap. Seeing that there was no one, he pushed the door open and ran in the direction of the throne room. On the way, he took another illusory form pill and changed his appearance. The throne room. At this moment, it was a mess, and the thick smoke was pungent. Hundreds of maids and guards were gathered around, all of them discussing in low voices. Qin Feiyang mixed in with the crowd and kept approaching the main hall. At the same time, he listened carefully to the discussions around him. Everyone was talking about him. It was nothing more than that he was extremely daring and had eaten the guts of a leopard to actually dare to burn the throne room. After getting closer, he saw Pan Wang standing in front of the door, his face extremely gloomy. Beside him stood a middle-aged burly man. He was 8 feet tall and had tiger eyes. He wore a set of golden armor and had an extraordinary aura. The 3 guards who were ordered to guard the throne room were standing at the side with their heads lowered, recounting the entire incident. After listening, the golden-armored man shouted, "Can you believe Qin Feiyang's words? The potential pill is so precious, why would he give it to you? What a bunch of idiots! Where's Data Wang? Grand Commander, we don't know either. At that time, he said he was going to find someone to help put out the fire. Then we never saw him again," the 3 guards said, their faces full of fear. The golden-armored man looked at Pan Wang and said, "It seems that this Data Wang knew that he would be beheaded and escaped in advance." Pan Wang said, "No matter what, we have to find him." "Yes." The golden-armored man cupped his hands and said. Pan Wang glanced at the messy throne room and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, you've gone too far this time. Come out and plead guilty, Otherwise you can forget about leaving this place for the rest of your life. He thought that Qin Feiyang was still inside. The golden-armored man followed and said, Qin Feiyang, the throne room is the most sacred place in the palace. By burning this place, you're looking down on our royal family. Even if Jiang Jing comes, you won't be able to escape. Qin Feiyang, who was mixed in the crowd, had a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't come out for a long time, Pan Wang clenched his hands and sneered. Fine, if you want to waste time, this king will waste time with you. Grand Commander, you stay here personally. Yes. The golden-armored man bowed and replied. Pan Wang glanced at the main hall, then soared into the air and flew towards the direction of the bedroom. Farewell, Your Majesty. Everyone present bowed one after another. Qin Feiyang, of course, also had to put on an act. The golden-armored man withdrew his gaze and said expressionlessly, The guards stay here first, the rest of you go do what you need to do. A maid asked, Grand Commander, aren't you going to clean the throne room? The golden-armored man said, Not for the time being. Heard. Those maids turned and left. There were about 200 to 300 guards left behind. The golden-armored man glanced at everyone and shouted, Leave a dozen people, the rest of you go look for Theta Wang. You must find him for this commander. Immediately. One by one, the guards quickly spread out and started a carpet search. Bastard! At this moment, a furious roar exploded somewhere in the palace like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven. The sound lingered, echoing above the palace for a long time. What's going on? Everyone in the palace was alarmed. Everyone looked at Pan Wang's bedroom, their faces full of surprise. You guys watch carefully. The golden-armored man ordered Qin Feiyang and the others, then soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Pan Wang's bedroom. What the hell happened to make the king so angry? The guards around Qin Feiyang all ran to an open area on the side and looked in the direction of King Pan's sleeping quarters. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, used the smoke-gathering steps, ran into the main hall, and then went to the castle. That was close! As soon as he entered the castle, he sat on the ground with a face full of fear. Kid, you're really bold. You even dared to rob the royal treasury. Do you know how much Brother Wolf sweated for you inside? Wolf King stared at him fiercely. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and said with a smile, Didn't I succeed? Wolf King said worriedly, It's good that you succeeded, but how are you going to get away? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, I've always been using Theta Wang's face. If Pan Wang wants to settle the score, he will only look for him. What am I afraid of? After that, he looked at Theta Wang lying on the ground. He found that he was already dead. Next to Theta Wang, there was a woman lying. It was the maid who took him to find Xia Qianqian. But she was also dead. It was Brother Wolf who killed them. If they don't get rid of them, they will bring you a lot of trouble. Especially Theta Wang. When he leaks out that you knocked him out, it will definitely arouse Pan Wang's suspicion. Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang nodded. In the bedroom, Pan Wang looked at the empty treasury, and his face was almost distorted. The golden-armored man was also beside him, his face full of disbelief. This Theta Wang dared to rob the treasury? That's how it happened. Your Majesty, we were incompetent and didn't guard the treasury well. We are willing to accept the punishment. After saying the whole story, the dozen guards knelt on the ground, lowered their heads, and took the initiative to beg for forgiveness. Chapter 220. You do deserve to die. King Pan spoke word by word, his tone extremely low. His entire body. It was filled with a terrifying killing intent. In an instant, the guards present felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and their entire bodies were cold. Even though they were already prepared to die, when the god of death truly descended, they couldn't help but panic. Even the golden-armored man who had nothing to do with it couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He glanced at the dozen or so people whose faces were ashen and cupped his hands. Although they were in the wrong, it was also because they wanted to protect the princess. Please forgive them, Your Majesty. King Pan clenched his fists and shouted. Even if you have to turn Panwang City upside down, you have to dig out Theta Wang for me. Yes. The golden-armored man bowed and replied. He looked at the guards and said, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me to find him. Yes, yes, yes. The guards hurriedly stood up as if they had been pardoned. They followed behind the commander and ran out of the bedroom as if they were running for their lives. Does Theta Wang have such guts? King Pan frowned and muttered to himself. He took out a healing pill and gave it to Xia Qianqian to consume. Not long after, Xia Qianqian woke up. At that moment, she shuddered and stood up abruptly. She hurriedly said, Father, Theta Wang has looted everything. Quickly seal off Panwang City. Don't let him escape. I understand. King Pan squeezed out a forced smile. Then did you catch him? Xia Qianqian hurriedly asked. No. King Pan shook his head and smiled. The commander is looking for him. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape if he goes against our royal family. We must find him. I want to kill him with 1,000 cuts, Xia Qianqian said resentfully. King Pan frowned and looked at Xia Qianqian seriously. Let me ask you a question. Are you sure that person is Theta Wang? I'm sure. Xia Qianqian nodded. Strange, a small guard like him has the guts to loot the treasury? King Pan frowned. Father, what do you mean? He might be someone else's disguise, or someone is ordering him from behind. Xia Qianqian. If that was the case, then the person behind this was definitely not simple. Qin Feiyang burned down the throne room, then, the treasury was ransacked by Theta Wang. Most importantly, before this, Theta Wang went to Qin Feiyang's hidden treasure. Could this be a coincidence? If it's a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence, Pan Wang muttered to himself. Father suspects that Qin Feiyang did it? Xia Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Feiyang was indeed very arrogant, but he wouldn't dare to rob the royal family's treasury, would he? Have a good rest. Father will go to the throne room again. If Qin Feiyang is still in the throne room, then it shouldn't be him. If Teng Ruo is not here, then it must be him. Pan Wang stood up and turned into a stream of light. In a few blinks of an eye, he landed in front of the door of the throne room. Greetings, my king. The guards outside the hall bowed and saluted. Pan Wang asked, During this period, did anyone enter the throne room? No. Everyone shook their heads. Pan Wang nodded, walked to the door, and said in a deep voice, Qin Feiyang, come out quickly. This king has something to tell you. But there was still no response. Could it really be him? Pan Wang's eyes turned cold. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. You're here? Pan Wang was stunned. I still have to hurry to cultivate. If you have something to say it quickly. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Pan Wang raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, In any case, this king is the county king of Pan County. Can't you show some respect? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Didn't I respect you very much when I came? It's you who took advantage of your seniority and damaged your image. Who is to blame? Pan Wang was quite annoyed and said, Not long ago, Theta Wang ransacked the treasury. This king suspects that he was ordered by you. Please cooperate with this king's investigation. What? He ransacked the treasury? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The guards outside also couldn't believe it. Pan Wang had been paying attention to Qin Feiyang's expression changes. Seeing Qin Feiyang's reaction now, it was obvious that he just knew about it. Could it be that he was overthinking? No. Before the truth came out, this person was still a suspect. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Feiyang suddenly laughed. Haha, amazing. I didn't expect that guy to have such great ability. Senior Pan Wang, is this karma? Qin Feiyang looked at him jokingly. Pan Wang said in a deep voice, Don't be sarcastic. This king seriously suspects that this matter has something to do with you. It has something to do with me? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said angrily, Pan Wang, you need to have evidence to say this. Otherwise, I can sue you for twisting the facts and slandering me. You just burned the throne room, and Theta Wang ransacked the treasury. It doesn't seem like a coincidence, right? Do you dare to let this king check the treasure you are hiding in? Pan Wang said. Just based on this, you suspect me? Ridiculous. If you have to check, I don't mind. But the condition is that if you don't find anything, you have to give me that perfect martial skill for free, Qin Feiyang said confidently. Then he frowned again. Wait, let me ask you something first. Was that martial skill taken away by Theta Wang? Pan Wang didn't answer. He just stared at Qin Feiyang without blinking. Was it really unrelated to this child? Or was he just putting on an act? That martial skill has always been with this king. If the results prove that it has nothing to do with you, this king can give it to you. Pan Wang finally decided to check it out. He would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of one. Let me say this first. You are not allowed to touch the things inside. You can only look. Qin Feiyang walked up, waved his hand, and brought Pan Wang to the castle. Inside the castle, it was clean and tidy. The bodies of Theta Wang were also gone. Wolf King was lying lazily at the side, with a pile of top-grade Qi gathering pills in front of it. While it was refining the pills, it looked at Pan Wang with disdain. Pan Wang entered the castle for the first time. Like the others, he looked around curiously, feeling that it was too magical. Can you hurry up? Qin Feiyang frowned. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. What are you afraid of? Pan Wang glanced at him and continued to look around. Qin Feiyang said, Nonsense, apart from the people closest to me, you are the first outsider to come in. Of course, I am on guard against you. Then shouldn't this king feel honored? Pan Wang sneered, his eyes locked on the altar, and was about to walk over. Wait, just stay here. I'll go get it for you. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped him. What? Are you afraid? Pan Wang looked at him coldly. I am afraid that you will be tempted by the wealth. Qin Feiyang sneered. He strode to the altar and opened the 2 jade boxes. 24 top-grade scarlet fire-colored glass pills and 10 top-grade potential pills appeared in front of Pan Wang's eyes. Qin Feiyang sneered. These scarlet fire-colored glass pills and potential pills are priceless. Do you think I should be on guard against you? Pan Wang's eyes lit up. He naturally knew about the scarlet fire-colored glass pills. But this was the first time he saw the potential pill. He was engrossed. He couldn't wait to pounce on it and snatch it away. Qin Feiyang closed the jade box and said lightly, What else do you want to check? Pan Wang took a deep breath, pointed to the iron box with the 6-word divine formula, and said in a deep voice, Open it and let me see. It's not impossible to check this iron box. But in advance, after checking, you have to give me 10 sets of scarlet fire-colored glass pills medicinal materials. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Pan Wang's face was gloomy, and he nodded and said, Okay. Then let's make a gentleman's agreement, lest you go back on your word. Qin Feiyang took out a pen and paper and wrote quickly. After writing, he handed it to Pan Wang and said with a smile, Press your fingerprint. Pan Wang glanced at the agreement and looked at Qin Feiyang. This time, he hesitated. Qin Feiyang's performance was too calm. There wasn't the slightest bit of cowardice on him. However, he also suspected that Qin Feiyang was pretending to be calm in order to make him give up on the inspection. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind, bit his finger, and pressed a bloody fingerprint on the agreement. Ha ha! Qin Feiyang laughed, put away the agreement, and then cut his fingertip, and a drop of blood fell on the iron box. Clang! The iron box suddenly opened. Only this can open it? Pan Wang was extremely surprised. 6-word divine formula? When he saw the iron book in the iron box, his eyes were full of surprise. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, quickly closed the iron box, and sneered. How is it? Did you find what you want? Pan Wang's face darkened. In the iron box, there was nothing except for the 6-word divine formula. It seemed that it really had nothing to do with this boy. You are even more stupid than Jia He and the others. When someone looted the medicinal field of the Danwon Hall, they also suspected that it was me, and wanted to come here to check. But in the end, they wisely chose not to come. However, I have to thank you for letting me easily earn 10 sets of scarlet fire-colored glass pills medicinal materials. Qin Feiyang laughed. Pan Wang clenched his hands tightly, making cracking sounds. Today, he had simply lost the wife and the soldiers. Suddenly, he noticed the alchemy scripture. His eyes were full of surprise. Just by looking at the 2 words alchemy scripture, he could guess that it must be related to medicinal pills. Could it be the pill formula of the potential pill was in that alchemy scripture? Thinking of this, his heart began to thump loudly. Noticing the change in Pan Wang, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows without leaving a trace. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure rushed out from Pan Wang's body, enveloping Qin Feiyang. At the same time, he took a step forward, grabbing the alchemy scripture with one hand and the jade box with the potential pill with the other. Qin Feiyang was immediately imprisoned, unable to move his body. Pan Wang was about to grab the alchemy scripture and the jade box. Roar! Qin Feiyang bared his teeth and let out a beast-like roar. He actually broke the imprisonment and grabbed Pan Wang's arm. With a thought, he instantly appeared in the throne room. Pan Wang, you are playing with fire! Following closely, Qin Feiyang said gloomily and immediately went to the castle. What? You can actually break free from the imprisonment of this king's pressure? Chapter 221. Hearing the exclamations from outside, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were both full of disdain. Thinking back to when they opened the gate of potential, Yan Nanshan released all of his pressure, and they could move with their amazing willpower. Although Pan Wang and Yan Nanshan's strength were about the same, they released their pressure in a hurry. It was probably less than half of the pressure, so it was naturally unable to completely imprison them. Qin Feiyang, hand over the pill scripture and potential pill if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. At this time, Pan Wang's voice came again, with an undisguised threat. Qin Feiyang's actions had already made him extremely sure that the pill scripture was definitely related to the potential pill. Compared to the treasure vault, the pill scripture and the potential pill were obviously more important. Therefore, he had to get his hands on them. This old man is really too shameless. Wolf King was filled with anger. Swish! Qin Feiyang appeared in the throne room again, looked at Pan Wang and said indifferently, You're so confident that you can keep me here? What do you think? Pan Wang sneered. I've never seen such a stupid person like you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Without any nonsense, he entered the castle and directly took out the image crystal. The throne room was also burned. The treasure vault was also looted. Naturally, there was no need to stay. Very soon, Lu Hong's shadow appeared. Lu Hong smiled. Did you get the martial skill? Qin Feiyang said. Immediately go and tell Jiang Jingyi that Pan Wang wants to snatch the potential pill and trap me and Wolf King in the throne room of the palace. Damn it! Lu Hong was stunned, turned off the image crystal, and immediately went to find Jiang Jingyi. In less than 10 breaths, a white figure barged into the palace and landed in the air above the throne room. It was Jiang Jingyi. He looked at the throne room below, and his face twitched. These 2 little bastards really made people restless for a moment. However, it was quite satisfying. Why did he come here? King Pan, who was standing in the throne room, also noticed Jiang Jingyi's presence and frowned. Jiang Jingyi landed in front of the throne room, looked at King Pan inside and said angrily, Old dog Xia, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to provoke the pavilion by imprisoning someone from the county of Yan? Before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. Then, he walked past Pan Wang and stood beside Jiang Jingyi. Jiang Jingyi asked, Did he do anything to you? Qin Feiyang said. If I hadn't been careful, the potential pill would have been snatched away by him. I really didn't expect that the dignified county king of Pan County would do such a despicable thing. Jiang Jingyi's face darkened, and he shouted. Old dog Xia, how do you explain this? King Pan said gloomily. He set fire to the throne room, so why can't I make him compensate with potential pills? If you hadn't trapped me here, would I have burned down this lousy place? I'm just returning an eye for an eye. You still can't figure out how I informed Pavilion Master Jiang, right? There's really something wrong with your IQ. I'm a supreme alchemist. How can I not be able to afford the image crystal? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips with a hint of sarcasm. Heard about it. King Pan fell into deep regret, unable to extricate himself. The image crystal was indeed expensive. Even a battle king would not be willing to spend such a high price, let alone a young man. However, was this kid an ordinary person? With his wealth, what could he not have? This monster could no longer be looked at with ordinary eyes. To think that a dignified county king like him would make such a low-level mistake. Smart for a lifetime, but stupid for a moment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said calmly, All right, I'm a magnanimous person. I won't argue with you. Quickly fulfill your promise. Give me the martial technique and herbs, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Jiang Jingyi rolled his eyes. A brat dared to say that he was a magnanimous person in front of a county king? Was he going to turn the world upside down? There was no suspense. King Pan's lungs were about to explode, and smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. What? You're not going to admit it? Then I can only paste this agreement on the city gate and let the entire King Pan city know what kind of person you are. Qin Feiyang said calmly. Since they had already fallen out, he naturally would not be merciful. I'll give it to you. King Pan gritted his teeth and said. He took out a bamboo scroll from his Qiankun bag and threw it at Qin Feiyang. That bamboo scroll was originally very ordinary. However, at this moment, it was like a sharp arrow. If Qin Feiyang were to catch it, he would probably be killed on the spot by the bamboo scroll. Humph! Jiang Jingyi took a step in front of Qin Feiyang and stretched out his hand, easily grabbing the bamboo scroll in his hand. He looked at the bamboo scroll with surprise in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at King Pan with a cold light in his eyes. Aren't you a little too much? If you really want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. After saying that, a shocking battle intent rose from Jiang Jingyi's body. Jiang Jingyi, this is an important place in the palace. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. Accompanied by an angry shout, the brawny man in golden armor broke through the air. Jiang Jingyi did not even look at him and said indifferently, Little cat and dog, scram to the side for me. Even if I'm not as strong as you, I won't allow you to be so presumptuous. The golden-armored man roared. His chi soared to the 9 heavens. His battle chi surged toward Jiang Jingyi like a tidal wave. However, Jiang Jingyi just waved his hand and the battle chi dissipated. Seeing that the brawny man in golden armor still did not stop, King Pan frowned and said loudly, Commander, stop. Whoosh! The commander landed beside King Pan like a divine rainbow and looked at Jiang Jingyi and Qin Feiyang gloomily. Qin Feiyang directly ignored him and looked at King Pan. Where are the medicinal herbs? King Pan said. Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to deliver them to you. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. That's right, the treasury was robbed by Theta Wang, and you can't take out so many medicinal herbs now. Since that's the case, I can only wait until tomorrow to give you the agreement. King Pan suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Let me see your Qiankun bag. All right. Qin Feiyang took out the Chang Shui and threw it over. King Pan was stunned when he saw it. Inside the Qiankun bag, other than some daily necessities and a few million gold coins, there were only some ordinary top-grade pills. A top-grade alchemy room only had this much wealth? Was he dreaming? Impossible. He must be hiding a Qiankun bag on him. King Pan muttered to himself as he returned the Qiankun bag to Qin Feiyang and asked, Do you dare to let me search you? Qin Feiyang shrugged and said with a faint smile. Why not? But this time, I need 20 sets of medicinal herbs for the red fire-colored glass pill. Why don't you rob me? King Pan was furious. This little bastard was simply a bandit. Then do you want to search me or not? Qin Feiyang looked at him provocatively. King Pan looked up and down at Qin Feiyang, hesitating. Now, he had completely lost his judgment, and didn't know what to do. If you search me, maybe you can find something? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Search? Or not? Was he faking it or not? King Pan's mind was in a mess. Like a headless fly, he was at a loss. If you don't search me, I'm leaving, Qin Feiyang said again, pushing King Pan into the abyss of confusion step by step. Search! Pan Wang suddenly roared and shouted. Chief Commander, go and check if he has any other Qiankuan bags. Qin Feiyang raised his arms high. Seeing this, King Pan knew that he had lost the bet again. He was tricked by this little bastard. The commander searched Qin Feiyang's body and turned to shake his head at King Pan. Ha ha! Qin Feiyang laughed loudly and said, There are 30 sets of medicinal herbs for the red fire-colored glass pill. Senior King Pan, remember to send someone to deliver them tomorrow morning. King Pan roared in exasperation. Get out of the palace immediately, and don't let me see you again. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and smiled, nodding at Jiang Jingyi. Jiang Jingyi waved his hand and took Qin Feiyang to the sky. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the brawny man in golden armor. He withdrew his gaze and looked at King Yen. Your Majesty, what is going on? I'm too stupid and fell into his trap. Immediately pass down the order to monitor him day and night. If there are any abnormalities, immediately report to me. King Pan clenched his hands, his eyes cold. Yes. The brawny man nodded. King Pan asked, Have you found Theta Wang? The brawny man said, No, I have searched the entire palace and found no trace of him. However, I have ordered people to search the city and also ordered the city gates to be sealed. As long as he is still in King Pan's city, he can't run away. Be quick. King Pan urged. Understood. Nodding, the brawny man turned and quickly left. Qin Feiyang, I'll let you be arrogant for a while, but when the competition starts, I will make sure you die without a whole corpse. King Pan raised his head and looked at the direction Qin Feiyang disappeared, his eyes emitting a shocking cold light. Back to the flower brothel! Sitting in the tea room, Jiang Jingyi looked at the smiling Qin Feiyang and frowned. You just said that the royal family's treasury was robbed. What happened? When Lu Hong and Fatso heard this, their eyes flashed. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I don't know the details, but I heard from King Pan that it was a guard called Theta Wang who robbed it. A guard dared to rob the treasury. Are you joking? Jiang Jingyi looked at Qin Feiyang with a strange expression. Qin Feiyang smiled. It can only mean that this Theta Wang is a very smart person. Even I have to admit defeat. Jiang Jingyi looked at him deeply. He also couldn't see through Qin Feiyang. Too calm. Too calm. This kind of mentality shouldn't appear in a 16-year-old boy. He even couldn't help but wonder if this boy in front of him was an old antique who had lived for hundreds of years and disguised himself. You're on your own. After saying these words meaningfully, Jiang Jingyi got up and left the room. Qin Feiyang gave Fatso a look. Fatso understood and immediately went to close the door. Lu Hong asked, Did you do it? Qin Feiyang didn't answer and took the two directly to the castle. Fatso said excitedly, Boss, Brother Wolf, tell me, how did you do it? Qin Feiyang gave a detailed account of the situation when they arrived. Fatty and Lu Hong shuddered with fear when they heard this. Chapter 222. After listening, Lu Hong wiped off the sweat on her forehead and said, It's too risky. Don't do this in the future. If it was anyone else, they would have already fled the moment Xia Qianqian broke free from their control. But not only did Qin Feiyang not escape, he even blatantly continued to loot the treasury. Should he say that he was extremely daring, or should he say that he was possessed? Qin Feiyang nodded. To be honest, he also felt that it was too risky this time. Any mistake could result in him being smashed into pieces. Can you get to the point? Boss, where did you hide those Cosmos bags and the corpses of Wan San and the others? Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, It's far away, but it's right in front of you. Fatso and Suli were stunned and looked around. In the entire castle, other than the jade box and iron box on the altar, there was only Wolf King in them. There was no Cosmos bag at all. Idiot, it's here! Wolf King looked at the two of them with disdain, stretched out its claws, and pointed at the pile of pills in front of it. Fatso walked forward suspiciously and reached out to open the pills. Immediately, a few Cosmos bags entered his line of sight. Fatso and Lu Hong were extremely shocked. It was actually placed here? The safest place is undoubtedly the most dangerous place. Pan Wan searched my entire body, including every corner of the castle, but he didn't check the pile of pills. He would never have thought that what he was looking for was right in front of him. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Fatso said in a daze. Who came up with this rotten idea? Wolf King didn't say anything and directly bit his butt, causing him to cry out in pain. Obviously. It came up with it. Lu Hong covered her mouth and laughed gloatingly. What could be better than this idea? But it was called a rotten idea by Fatso. Wasn't this looking for trouble? All right, you guys tidy up. Also, find a chance to bury that body. Qin Feiyang said a few words and then appeared in the room with Wolf King. Wolf King urged. Quick, 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 give that martial skill to Brother Wolf. Qin Feiyang took out the jade slip from his bosom and looked at it carefully. Then, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Isn't it awesome? Wolf King asked excitedly. It is indeed not bad. It is a support-type martial skill called the 7 Killing Steps. Qin Feiyang nodded. Support-type martial skill? Wolf King was slightly taken aback. His ears drooped, and his face was filled with displeasure. Qin Feiyang laughed. Auxiliary martial skills are rarer than slaughter martial skills, you should be happy. Wolf King said disdainfully. What's the use of that? What Brother Wolf wants is a killing martial technique. That way, Brother Wolf will appear more wolfish. If you don't want it, I'll sell it. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it. Other people dreamed of having a support-type martial skill. But this sentence was given to it, and it wasn't willing? That's not right. Suddenly, his body trembled as he looked at the bamboo slip again. What's wrong? Wolf King looked at him in bewilderment. Qin Feiyang ignored it and lowered his head to read it again and again. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he raised his head to look at Wolf King and said excitedly, White-eyed Wolf, you've picked up a huge bargain. What do you mean? Wolf King was at a loss. Qin Feiyang said, 7 Killing Steps is not just a support-type martial skill. Wolf King was startled, and said angrily, Can you explain it clearly in one go? This is a martial skill that combines killing and support. Normally speaking, martial skills are only single. For example, Luo Yen steps, returning to origin steps, and Gale steps can only increase speed. Wind Thunder Palm, Ice Crystal Finger, Binding Tiger Hand, Berserk Lion Roar, and so on can only increase strength. But this 7 Killing Steps. Not only can it increase speed, but it can also increase strength. Qin Feiyang finished speaking in one breath, the joy on his face undisguised. After listening to Qin Feiyang's explanation, Wolf King was a little stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. He didn't expect to get such a treasure? Strange, why don't you have such a martial skill? Wolf King was puzzled. I've seen all the martial skills in the Imperial Palace's martial skill treasury, but there's no such martial skill. Maybe it's because there's a certain difference between us humans and you berserk beasts. Now tell me, do you still want it? Qin Feiyang laughed. Nonsense! Wolf King took the jade slip away. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, saying, If you want to master the 7 Killing Steps as soon as possible, you need actual combat. After Fatso and the rest finish counting, we'll go to the castle to cultivate in seclusion. Wolf King nodded and said with a sinister smile, "Let's make it clear first, Brother Wolf won't be merciful at that time." "Then let's give it a try," Qin Feiyang sneered. Until evening, Fatso and Lu Hong counted the treasures. The result made them so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. There were more than 20 billion gold coins. This terrifying number was simply maddening. There were countless medicinal herbs and elixirs. Even the extremely precious battle chi pill had more than 100,000 of them. As for the weapons, Fatso and Lu Hong didn't count them. "Now we don't have to worry about gold coins anymore." Fatso laughed the happiest. Such a large amount of wealth was enough for them to squander for decades. "Keep a low profile." Lu Hong glared at him fiercely, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Should we sell all the weapons and elixirs? There's no use keeping them anyway." Fatso praised. "Good idea. If we sell them, we'll definitely earn another 1 or 2 billion. Qin Feiyang could refine supreme-grade elixirs. These ordinary elixirs were naturally nothing to them. As for the weapons, Qin Feiyang had Chan Shui and 5 rib bones, so he didn't need them at all. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. "It's too big of a target. If we sell it, we'll definitely attract the attention of King Pan. Let's wait until we return to the county of Yin." Fatso and Lu Hong nodded. It made sense. "Fatso, tidy up and see how many sets of potential elixir herbs you can gather. Also, when King Pan sends the herbs over, you have to look carefully, don't let him pass you off as genuine. During this period, don't go out either, just stay here and cultivate." After Qin Feiyang finished explaining everything, he took out thousands of supreme-grade qi-gathering elixirs and handed them to Fatso and Lu Hong. Then he brought Wolf King into the castle and began to cultivate in seclusion. At the same time, Ling Yunfei and the others also didn't go out all day. But Jia He. Every now and then, he would go out, and no one knew what he was doing. Jiang Jingyi didn't ask either. The news of the royal palace's treasury being looted spread like wildfire throughout the royal Pan city. The commander of the royal family led a group of palace guards and searched for Theta Wang day and night, almost going door to door. And every guard had a heaven's eye stone on them. Logically speaking, in the face of such a comprehensive search, Theta Wang should have been caught long ago. But since the day of the incident, Theta Wang seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and there was no trace of him at all. Time flew by. The night before the friendly competition. Late at night. King Pan's bedroom. Still haven't found him? King Pan sat on the golden throne, looking down at the brawny man in golden armor, and asked gloomily, "Your subordinate is incompetent." The brawny man in golden armor bowed. King Pan shook his head and said, "I can't blame you for this. I have a feeling that this has a lot to do with Qin Feiyang. Has he been acting strangely recently?" The brawny man in golden armor said, "After returning that day, he hasn't appeared again. The 2 people beside him have also been cultivating in their rooms. None of these little bastards are easy to deal with. Let's put this aside for now and focus on preparing for tomorrow's competition. I want the county of Yen to suffer a crushing defeat. But the city gates must be strictly guarded." King Pan ordered. "Understood." The brawny man in golden armor nodded. King Pan took out a jade box and threw it to the brawny man in golden armor, saying, "Let them take it before dawn." The brawny man in golden armor opened the jade box and took a look. There were a dozen ordinary red fire-colored glass pills inside. He nodded, grabbed the jade box, and turned to leave. "Qin Feiyang, tomorrow will be the day you die." King Pan sneered. Early the next morning, Ling Yunfei and the others came out of seclusion and opened the door. They were all hale and hearty, and full of fighting spirit. Jiang Jingyi, Jia He, and ancestral patriarch Lin were already waiting in the hall. After everyone went downstairs, Jia He frowned and said, "Why didn't Qin Feiyang come down?" "Ling Yunfei, go see if he overslept." Ling Yunfei glanced at him indifferently. He turned around and went upstairs. When he arrived at Qin Feiyang's door, he gently knocked on the door. The door opened and Lu Hong came into his sight. Ling Yunfei smiled and said, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look radiant and your strength has improved a lot, right? I'm still an 8-star martial master. Don't make fun of me. Lu Hong smiled helplessly. Don't worry. When you break through to 9-star martial master and open the door of potential, your speed will naturally catch up. Where's Qin Feiyang? Ling Yunfei asked. They're still fighting, Lu Hong said. What are they fighting for? Ling Yunfei walked into the room, feeling confused. Then, he shouted into the void. That old fogey Jia He is urging you. Quickly come out. After a while, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King finally appeared. However, when they saw their appearance, Ling Yunfei, Lu Hong, and Fatso were all stunned. Qin Feiyang's nose was bruised and his eyes were swollen. Not only were his clothes torn, but there were also many scratches on his skin. He was dripping with blood and looked very miserable. Wolf King was not much better. Ling Yunfei asked in astonishment, What's going on? It's all because of this bastard. Qin Feiyang glared at Wolf King. On the same day, after they entered the castle, they started fighting. They didn't hold back. They were even playing with their lives. In the beginning, Qin Feiyang completely suppressed Wolf King with the help of the perfect martial skill. Wolf King suffered a lot. But not long ago, the Wolf King had finally practiced the 7 kill steps to the point of perfection, and his strength had increased by several times. Qin Feiyang wanted to say that his goal had been achieved, and there was no need to continue fighting. But how could Wolf King, who had suffered a lot, be willing to do so? If he didn't get back his face, how could he survive in the future? Thus, without any explanation, he started fighting with Qin Feiyang again. Wolf King's strength was equivalent to a 3-star martial grandmaster. After more than 10 days of fierce fighting and refining chi-gathering pills when he had time, Qin Feiyang also broke through to 3-star martial grandmaster yesterday. They both had perfect martial skills, and their strength was about the same. However, Qin Feiyang had mastered hundreds of perfect martial skills, and it was actually very easy for him to win against Wolf King. But the key was that Wolf King was too despicable and used all kinds of dirty tricks. Although Qin Feiyang was very angry, he couldn't really kill him, right? Chapter 223. After listening to the whole process, Ling Yunfei and the other two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This man and Wolf were really a pair of enemies. Qin Feiyang stared at Wolf King and took a supreme-grade healing elixir. He looked at Ling Yunfei and asked, Have you broken through? Yes. Ling Yunfei nodded and said, I'm a 2-star martial grandmaster now. What a bunch of freaks. Fatso murmured. Qin Feiyang frowned. There was a faint trace of worry in his eyes. He looked at Fatso and said, Did Lord Pan send the 30 sets of herbs? Yes. Currently, Fat Lord has 56 sets of herbs for the Red Fire Glaze elixir. He also has 3 sets of potential elixir. Including the ones Lu Hong brought back, there are 5 sets in total. Fatso took out a Cosmos sack and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was shocked after checking it. Did Pan County have so many more herbs than Yen County? When he was in Yen County, he searched all the cities, including the super forces, but he couldn't even find 10 sets of herbs for the potential elixir. But in Pan County, the Treasure Pavilion and the royal family had found 14 sets of herbs. It was really shocking. It was also reflected from the side. Pan County was rich in resources and talents. It was a level higher than Yen County. This was also the problem he was worried about. With such rich resources, how powerful were the people competing with them? It may be a tough battle. Qin Feiyang murmured and asked, Did they bury the bodies? No. Lu Hong shook her head and said, The guards at the city gate have Heaven's Eye stones. Besides, we are also being watched, so we don't dare to leave the flower brothel. Watch? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, Is the royal family watching us? Lu Hong nodded. It seems that they are still suspicious of me. Qin Feiyang's eyes dimmed. Ling Yunfei, what are you doing? Why haven't you come down yet? Jia He began to urge him again. In a hurry to reincarnate? Ling Yunfei roared. This person was so fucking annoying. Qin Feiyang escorted Fatso and the other two into the castle. After changing into clean clothes, he walked outside. What were you talking about? Why is King Pan monitoring you and even giving you herbs? What about the corpses? Ling Yunfei chased after him and threw out a series of questions. He felt that he had missed out on a lot of exciting things. I'll tell you about it when I have time. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. When they arrived at the lobby and saw the appearance of Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, they couldn't help but be stunned. Did you see that? It's all your fault. Qin Feiyang glared at Wolf King and said with a smile. I'm really sorry for making you wait. What have you guys been up to these past few days? Why are you all beaten up like this? Zhao Shuang covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Jiang Jingyi looked at the man and wolf with a meaningful gaze. He waved his hand and took everyone away. Senior, did you fly in the wrong direction? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Jiang Jingyi was now flying out of the city with them. That's right. King Pan arranged the battlefield outside the city, Jiang Jingyi said. When they arrived outside the city, there was already a sea of people outside. On a high platform, the 4 tycoons of King Pan were sitting on their seats. There were 3 empty seats next to them. Jiang Jingyi brought Qin Feiyang and the others and descended directly onto the high platform. Glancing at the 4 tycoons, Jiang Jingyi smiled faintly and said, Greetings to the 4 lords. Greetings to the 4 lords. Qin Feiyang and the others cupped their hands and said, King Pan and the others nodded faintly. The white-haired old man looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Little guy, what happened to you? Were you beaten up? Senior, you really like to joke, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You must have done something shameful and suffered retribution. King Pan sneered. Senior, as the king of King Pan, isn't it too disgraceful to say such uncultured words? No wonder Xia Chanqian is so arrogant and domineering. Like father, like daughter. Qin Feiyang didn't hide his sarcasm. Little Qin Zi, why are you talking nonsense with this kind of villain? It's a waste of saliva. Wolf King despised. You! King Pan slapped the armrest of his seat and flew into a rage. Xia Chanqian, who was beside him, was also furious. The white-haired old man reached out to stop King Pan and said with a smile, Little guy, you still have to be careful with your words. After all, you will become a member of Pan County soon. Jiang Jingyi raised his eyebrows. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Jia He said disdainfully. Don't speak too early. Otherwise it will be even worse if you lose later. Then we will wait and see. The white-haired old man said with a smile. Who's afraid of who? Jia He sneered. Jiang Jingyi, Jia He, and Patriarch Lin walked to the 3 empty seats and sat down. Qin Feiyang and the others stood behind the 3 of them. Patriarch Lin glanced at the audience and frowned. Why aren't your people here yet? Are they afraid to come? King Pan said disdainfully. Haven't you heard that geniuses usually appear last? The eldest prince and the others raised their eyebrows. Did he mean that they were all idiots? Calm down. Old Ancestor Lin turned around and looked at them. He said calmly, I only heard that only fools are slow because they lack confidence. Elder Jia, am I right? Very right. Jia He nodded, his face full of sarcasm. The smell of gunpowder was strong. Whoosh! At this moment, the brawny man in golden armor brought 14 young men and women from the distant mountain range. Qin Feiyang, Wolf King, and Ling Yunfei's pupils shrank. The 14 people were all around 18 or 19 years old. They all had outstanding looks and extraordinary temperaments. But their bodies were stained with blood at this moment. And the blood had not dried yet. Their bodies were filled with a shocking murderous aura. Not good! Ling Yunfei's tone was low and his eyes were solemn. Qin Feiyang nodded. Because it was obvious that these people had just returned from fighting with the beasts. In other words, These 14 people were not pampered young ladies or noble young masters. They were all people with strong combat experience. On the other hand, on their side, other than Qin Feiyang, Ling Yunfei, and the Wolf King, the rest of them were basically descendants of wealthy families who lived like princes. Especially the eldest prince and Shui Yang. They probably didn't even know what the smell of death was. This battle was very mysterious. Whoosh! The brawny man in golden armor led the 14 people and landed on the high platform. A pungent smell of blood suddenly filled the air. Greetings to the 4 lords. The 14 people faced Pan Wang and the other 3 and bowed. Good. Pan Wang clapped his hands and asked, "Are you confident that you can win this battle?" "Yes." The 14 people shouted in unison. A shocking murderous aura spread out from their bodies. A purple-clothed youth covered in blood glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and said sarcastically, "You are our opponents this time? You're really weak. Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The purple-clothed youth said, "You must be Qin Feiyang. I heard that you are very powerful in the county of Yan, but this is Pan County. Even if you open the door to your potential, you will still be a stepping stone under our feet. So arrogant? Come, Brother Wolf will play with you." The Wolf King took a step forward, and a terrifying aura instantly surged out from him. "You can't." The purple-clothed youth stretched out his arm and shook his index finger at Wolf King and said faintly. Jiang Jingyi said faintly, "Cut the crap, let's start." Pan Wang sneered and nodded at the brawny man in golden armor. The brawny man in golden armor walked to the center of the high platform and said loudly, "In this competition, weapons are not allowed, and pills are not allowed." Jiang Jingyi looked at Pan Wang and the others and said with a sarcastic tone, "You guys are really considerate." They had supreme-grade pills, but Pan County didn't. This was a huge advantage. But now, Pan County had erased this advantage in advance. Pan Wang and the others turned a deaf ear. The brawny man in golden armor continued, "Although this is a friendly competition, fists and feet have no eyes. So, in this competition, regardless of life or death, and if the contestants do not admit defeat, no one outside is allowed to interfere. HM?" Jiang Jingyi, Jia He, and Great Ancestor Lin all stood up and stared at Pan Wang and the others with aggressive gazes. The eldest prince and the others were also shocked. This was a battle of life and death. Why weren't they notified in advance? Jiang Jingyi said in a low voice, "Why didn't you tell me first? I need an explanation. I'm sorry. I thought you would agree, so I didn't tell you. But I didn't expect you to have such a big reaction. Don't you have confidence in your young people in the county of Yan?" Pan Wang said. Jiang Jingyi's face was dark. He could tell that Pan Wang wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Qin Feiyang. But if he didn't agree, the county of Yan would lose face. The young man in purple smirked and cupped his hands. "Senior Jiang, if you're not satisfied, then we'll change it to a battle of life and death. After all, not everyone dares to accept a battle of life and death." Ling Yunfei whispered, "This guy is asking for a beating." Wolf King smirked. "Brother Wolf likes this kind of people because the more arrogant they are, the better it is to beat them up. What do you think?" Jiang Jingyi looked at Jia He and Great Ancestor Lin. "What are you thinking? Let's fight!" Jia He shouted straightforwardly. "That's right, we're not afraid of them." Great Ancestor Lin's eyes flashed coldly. "What about you?" Jiang Jingyi looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. The eldest prince and the others nodded. Since Pan Wang had said so badly, it would be too embarrassing if they didn't accept the challenge. Feng Ling'er looked at the young man in purple and said to Jiang Jingyi, "Hurry up, don't waste time." Obviously. The young man in purple's arrogance also ignited her anger. "Phew!" Jiang Jingyi glanced at Qin Feiyang and saw that he didn't object. He let out a long breath and returned to his chair. He said to Pan Wang, "The county of Yan will play with you until the end." Pan Wang smiled as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He glanced at the fee in front of him and said, "General, let's continue." The brawny man in golden armor explained the rules of the competition. Both sides would draw lots to decide who would go on stage. They would use the method of attrition. If Qin Feiyang won, he would have to stay on the stage and fight with the next opponent until he was defeated. These rules are quite interesting, Qin Feiyang mumbled. Chapter 224. After the golden-armored man finished his explanation, he took out 2 wooden boxes that he had prepared beforehand. One was placed in front of Pan Wang. The other was placed in front of Jiang Jingyi. It was squarish and had a round opening on it, just big enough for a hand to fit in. The golden-armored man said, "There are 14 bamboo sticks in the wooden box, each with a name written on it. Whoever gets picked will go on stage. Wait, I want to check if you guys are cheating." Jiahe stood up, picked up the wooden box, poured out all the bamboo sticks, and checked them one by one. "Is there Brother Wolf's name?" Wolf King asked anxiously. Jiahe glanced at it coldly, put away the bamboo sticks without a word, and poured out the bamboo sticks from the wooden box in front of Pan Wang. There were 28 bamboo sticks in the 2 wooden boxes. Whether it was thickness, length, or width, they were all exactly the same. The names were also printed on them. If one didn't look with their eyes, they wouldn't be able to feel what was written on them. It was impossible to cheat. Old Ancestor Lin returned to his seat and shook his head at Jiang Jingyi. The golden-armored man said, "Since there are no problems, let's start the drawing. I'll shake it first, in case they say I'm cheating again." Pan Wang sneered at Old Ancestor Lin, shook the wooden box hard, and said, "I don't need to grab it with my hands. This way, no one will say I'm cheating." Jiahe raised his eyebrows. This person was really narrow-minded. Pan Wang stretched out his index finger, and a wisp of battle chi flew into the wooden box, and a bamboo stick flew out. Catching the bamboo stick and seeing the name on it, Pan Wang's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and he said loudly, "Cheng Ming!" Before he finished speaking, the most arrogant purple-clothed young man stepped out and landed in the middle of the high platform. A trace of regret crawled up his face, and he looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, shook his head and sighed. "I didn't expect to be the first to go. It's really your misfortune." The eldest prince and the others clenched their hands, and their eyes were frighteningly gloomy. As for Qin Feiyang, he had a faint smile on his face. He had a carefree appearance, as if he didn't care about it at all. Jiang Jingyi also used battle chi to take out a bamboo stick. "It must be Brother Wolf." Wolf King stared fixedly at the bamboo stick, his eyes glittering. Cheng Ming was too arrogant. It wanted to personally send this person to hell. "Xie Fang!" Jiang Jingyi shouted out a name. Wolf King looked at Xie Fang with displeasure and said disdainfully, "Don't get in the way of Brother Wolf. You are no match for him. If you don't want to die, admit defeat." The first prince and his men all glared at it. Jiahe and Old Ancestor Lin's expressions were ugly. What did this bastard mean? They hadn't even started, and he had already said such discouraging words. Was he a spy sent by Penjun? Xie Fang stood beside the first prince and glared at Wolf King angrily. This bastard, why is he asking for a beating? Once the competition was over, he would slowly settle the score. The eldest prince patted Xie Fang's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Ignore him and focus on the competition. You must win." The first battle was very important. If they lost, their morale would definitely be affected, and they would probably face a situation of complete defeat. "Don't worry." Xie Fang smiled confidently and strode to Cheng Ming. He cupped his hands and said, "Please enlighten me." Cheng Ming said lightly, "Don't be long-winded. Bring it on." Xie Fang was considered one of the best of the younger generation in Yan County. Other than when he fought with Qin Feiyang and the others, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? Immediately, a raging fire burned in his heart. Boom! His aura exploded as he threw a punch. It was the Overlord Fist. He wanted to prove himself and shut Wolf King up. He wanted to embarrass the people of Panjun, so he used all his strength. Two-star Martial Grand Master? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He remembered that Xie Fang was only a 9-star martial grandmaster the last time they fought. Luo Qingzhu said in a low voice. Before coming to Panjun, he had taken a top-grade red fire glaze elixir. Qin Feiyang said. So Wang Xia and Shui Yan have also taken it. For such an important competition, they naturally have to participate in their best condition. However, the people of Panjun don't seem to care. Luo Qingzhu glanced at Qingming and the others with a trace of worry in her eyes. Because when they saw Xie Fang's aura, Qingming and the others did not look nervous at all. Instead, they looked mocking. This meant that the other party was very confident. At this moment, Qingming stretched out his hand and raised a finger. He said lightly, I'll finish you in one move. Arrogant! I'd like to see who will finish who in one move. Xie Fang was furious. After taking a top-grade red fire glaze elixir, he was already a 2-star martial grandmaster. Coupled with the Overlord Fist, his aura was shocking and could intimidate the other party mentally. Even if Qingming was also a 2-star martial grandmaster, he was confident in fighting. Boom! Qingming also released his aura. He was a 3-star martial grandmaster. Following closely, he slapped out with his palm, setting off a gust of wind that whistled loudly. It was also a perfect martial arts technique. Xie Fang's expression changed immediately. The fist and the palm collided at lightning speed. Ah! Xie Fang screamed and was sent flying on the spot. He spat out blood. He flew dozens of meters away and landed heavily on the ground. With a loud bang, a large crater was created. How could this be? Xie Fang was dumbfounded. His opponent was a 3-star martial grandmaster. He could not feel the pain. His heart was filled with shame. He had promised the first prince not to worry, but in the end, he was defeated by his opponent in one move. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not take such a blow. Whoosh! Qingming strode toward the pit with a cruel smile on his face. He's coming! Quickly admit defeat, or you'll lose your life. Wolf King reminded Xie Fang in a friendly manner. But this friendliness only added to Xie Fang's shame. So what if you're a 3-star martial grandmaster? Since I'm going to risk my life, I'll win this competition. Xie Fang roared. He pushed himself up from the ground and jumped out of the pit. His eyes were fixed on Qingming. He used a mysterious footwork and rushed over without hesitation. This footwork was the auxiliary martial arts technique that the first prince had given him. Although it was only at the intermediate grade, its speed was 10% faster than Qingming's due to the twofold increase. But seeing Xie Fang's speed, Qingming was still disdainful. Go to hell! Xie Fang went behind Qingming. Without saying a word, his true energy surged and he punched Qingming's head. It's useless to have speed without actual combat experience. Qingming smiled disdainfully and lowered his head to avoid the punch. Immediately, he turned around and threw out a palm. Xie Fang could not dodge in time and was hit in the stomach. With a cry, blood spurted out. His entire body flew out like a meteor. This is the difference between a pampered person and a person who has been through life and death situations, Qin Feiyang muttered. If his battle awareness was strong enough and he was experienced enough, it would not be difficult to win against Qingming with an auxiliary martial arts technique, even if it was a medium grade one. But unfortunately, to Xie Fang, this was a dream that could never be realized. Wolf King turned to look at Jia He and laughed. Old man, if you don't ask him to admit defeat, prepare to collect his corpse. Qin Feiyang, can you shut it up? Jia He's veins were bulging. His heart was already very irritated, but this ignorant beast deliberately chose this time to provoke him. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Although the white-eyed wolf's words are unpleasant, what he said is indeed the truth. That's right, that's right. Why don't old men like to hear the truth? Brother Wolf feels so hurt. Wolf King said bitterly. Smack. Jia He slapped the armrest angrily and looked at Xie Fang, who was lying on the ground, moaning weakly. He shouted, Useless trash, admit defeat! Admit defeat? Xie Fang's body and mind trembled. his face full of unwillingness. If he were to admit defeat, not only would the county of Yen lose face, but he would also never be able to hold his head high again. Especially that beast, it would look down on him even more. But if he did not admit defeat, only death would await him. I admit defeat! Between life and dignity, he chose life and dignity in the end. Ha ha! Pan Wang laughed. Xia Qianqian also laughed mockingly. The white-haired old man and the other two were also smiling. The other 13 contestants and the crowd below the stage did not hide the mockery on their faces. Those from the county of Pan, including Jiang Jingyi, looked livid. Is this the prodigy of the county of Yen? How disappointing! If it were me, I would not let him fight. Embarrassing. Qing Ming shook his head in disappointment and turned to the 13 contestants with a smile. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to fight. It can't be helped. The county of Yen is so useless. The 13 contestants looked regretful. Seeing that they were echoing each other, the eldest prince and the others were furious. They clenched their fists so hard that their knuckles cracked. Xie Fang clutched his abdomen and limped toward Jiang Jingyi. But when he passed by Qing Ming stretched out his leg and hooked Xie Fang, causing him to fall flat on his face. Qing Ming hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. But you fell with a light hook. Isn't that too bad? Come, I'll pull you up. He smiled and extended his hand. Bastard! The eyes of the eldest prince and the others, as well as Xie Fang, turned red. He had already admitted defeat, but he still humiliated him like this. This was too much. Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes. There was a playful look in his eyes. Pan Wang was overjoyed. The resentment that had been bottled up in his heart during this period of time finally found a way to vent out. He glanced at Qin Feiyang from the corner of his eye and sneered. Just you wait, you little beast. It'll be your turn soon. Get lost! Xie Fang roared furiously and slapped Qing Ming's arm away. He got up in a sorry state. Holding back the humiliation and indignation, he walked to Jiang Jingyi and the others. He did not dare to look at them. He lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. I'm useless. Jiang Jingyi smiled. He's a 3-star martial grandmaster, and you're a 2-star martial grandmaster. It's normal for you to lose to him. Don't be discouraged. You've already done well. Done well? Xie Fang laughed at himself. If that was true, he was really hopeless. Jiang Jingyi was obviously just comforting them. He returned to the back of the trio and said in a low voice, Ruffian wolf, laugh if you want to. Don't hold it in until you get internal injuries. TSK. The Wolf King disdainfully ran up to Jiang Jingyi and stared at the wooden box, mumbling to himself. Chapter 225. It really can't wait. Ling Yunfei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Those who anger it usually don't have a good ending. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It would be different if he didn't get Wolf King, but if he did, Qing Ming's ending would be very miserable. Can't you behave? Jiang Jingyi was also helpless. If it could fight, he would have already let it fight, and not let Xie Fang embarrass himself. Hurry up, don't talk so much nonsense, Wolf King urged. Jiang Jingyi's face darkened. He sent a wisp of battle qi into the wooden stick and lifted his finger slightly. A bamboo stick flew out. Catching it in his hand, Jiang Jingyi frowned and said, Lin Hua! Damn! Is Brother Wolf's name on it? Wolf King was very unhappy. He turned his head and looked at Lin Hua. You and Xie Fang are the same. Don't waste time, just admit defeat. Jiang Jingyi shouted. Go away! If he didn't know Wolf King well, he would have suspected that this guy was a spy sent by Pan Jun to destroy their fighting spirit. Wolf King angrily retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. Lin Hua looked at the Wolf King with a venomous glint in his eyes. He suddenly leaped up and his aura exploded. When he landed, he didn't say a word and hit Qing Ming's chest with the origin returning palm. It was also very straightforward. The wind from the palm was like a sharp blade blowing on Qing Ming's body. Qing Ming's lips curled into a sneer as he leaned his body slightly to the side, easily dodging the attack. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Hua's arm. He won again. Pan Jun and his daughter smiled brightly. However, Lin Hua didn't panic at all. He calmly used an auxiliary martial technique and quickly went to the side. He used the Overlord Fist and punched Qing Ming's temple. Hey! Qin Feiyang was surprised. Lin Hua's reaction was so fast? He remembered that when Lin Hua fought with him, he didn't have any battle consciousness at all. How long had it been, and he had improved so much? However, Cheng Ming was no pushover either. Just as Lin Hua's fist was about to land on his temple, he jerked his head back and dodged the fatal punch. His face was full of sarcasm. But at this moment, Lin Hua's tightly clenched fist suddenly loosened and slapped Qing Ming's face. Pa! It was crisp and resounding, especially ear-piercing. A striking palm print quickly appeared on Qing Ming's face. The ridicule instantly froze and was replaced by disbelief. The faces of the father and daughter of the King of Yen turned extremely ugly. Although this slap had landed on Qing Ming's face, their faces were inexplicably burning. There was complete silence. The people of Pan County were in disbelief. Qing Ming's battle awareness was obvious to all, and he was completely qualified to dominate those of the same cultivation level, yet he had actually been slapped by that person. Was this a dream? How could the people of the county of Yen, who lived like princes, react so quickly? Even Jiangjing and the others did not expect Lin Hua's performance to be so shocking, let alone them. It could be said that this slap played a crucial role. It had boosted the fighting spirit of the first prince and the others. It feels like he has been reborn, Ling Yunfei mumbled. He was like a completely different person from the Lin Hua of the past. Lin Hao said proudly. Never underestimate the people of the Lin family. Actually, it's all thanks to you, Qin Feiyang. Not only was Lin Hua not depressed when he lost to you last time, but the hatred in his heart made him even crazier than before. Since then, he has been fighting with the disciples of the family every day. Although he hasn't developed his battle instincts, his actual combat experience is far beyond his peers. Great Ancestor Lin smiled, very pleased and proud. No matter how powerful he is, it won't change the fact that he is a eunuch. Wolf King smiled slyly. Great Ancestor Lin's throat suddenly seemed to be stuck, and his face turned red with anger. Eunuch? Don't hit someone in the face, and don't expose someone's shortcomings when scolding them. Have you not heard of this saying before? You can't be so dishonest. Although he was not human and was a beast, he could not be uneducated. He glared at Qin Feiyang and said sternly, If you don't discipline him, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically and said, Senior, please don't be angry. I will discipline him now. However, at this moment, an angry roar was heard. You bastard, how dare you hit me? It was Cheng Ming's angry roar. At this moment, his facial features were almost distorted as he glared at Lin Hua, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Lin Hua did not say anything and only looked at him coldly. However, because of this, Cheng Ming was even more furious. Whoosh! He took a step forward, and his speed actually increased explosively. It was a full 3 times faster than before. He has also mastered an auxiliary martial technique. And it's a superior auxiliary martial technique. The first prince and the others' faces changed. I admit defeat. Lin Hua finally spoke. He was only a 2-star martial ancestor. If the other party did not have any auxiliary martial techniques, he could give it his all. However, if they continued to fight, he would be the one at a disadvantage. The meaning of him admitting defeat was different from Xie Fang's. Xie Fang admitted defeat without being able to fight back and was beaten like a dead dog. At least he gave Qing Ming a slap. Even though it was just a slap, it was still a great humiliation to anyone. Most importantly, he was not hurt at all. However, Cheng Ming turned a deaf ear. He was furious. If he did not kill this person, he would go crazy. Jiangjing said calmly. Old dog Pan, are you going to watch him do this? Although his tone was calm, it was filled with a shocking murderous intent. Pan Wang shouted. Cheng Ming, stop right there. Cheng Ming shuddered and stopped immediately. He could not help but break out in cold sweat. It was worth noting that there were 3 war emperors in the county of Yan at the moment. If Yi Futian were to kill that man, there was no doubt that Yi Futian would die on the spot as well. Even Pan Wang and the other 3 could not save him. Because he had broken the rules. This rule was set by Pan County and the situation was even more serious. However, if he did not wash away this humiliation, he would be laughed at in the future. When Lin Hua walked past him, he sneered. You're smart to admit defeat. However, it won't be easy for you to leave Pan County alive. I hit you too lightly just now. Otherwise, the slap mark on your face would be even more obvious. Lin Hua said mockingly, then turned around and left. Crack! Qing Ming clenched his fists and stared at Lin Hua's back. His eyes were filled with anger. Pavilion Master, Ancestral Patriarch, Elder Jia, I'm sorry. Lin Hua walked over and lowered his head. He wanted to win the battle, but his opponent's strength was far beyond his expectations. It's okay. Ancestral Patriarch Lin waved his hand and smiled. That slap was even more exciting than defeating him. Jiang Jingyi and Jia He nodded with smiles on their faces. What a load of nonsense. I'll tell you clearly. From now on, I'll kill whoever comes up. I'll kill until you're scared and don't dare to come up again. Qing Ming smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn it, this is infuriating. Wolf King looked at Lin Hua and Xie Fan angrily and scolded. If you can't even take care of a piece of trash, what's the point of living? You might as well find a piece of tofu and kill yourself. Shut up. Can't you see that he's a 3-star martial ancestor and has a superior auxiliary martial technique? How do you want us to fight? Go ahead if you can. You'll end up worse than us. Lin Hua and Xie Fan were furious. This bastard was simply unreasonable. He didn't even look at the situation and only knew how to shout. It was easy for him to say that. Wolf King said with disdain. He's just a piece of trash. If it was Wolf King, he would be finished in no time. At this moment, Jiang Jingyi's voice sounded. Next, Wei Feng. It's not me again. Wolf King was furious and shouted. Which bastard is Wei Feng? Me. A teenager from the royal family walked out. Wolf King stood up and looked at him for a moment. He waved his claws and said, Scram to the side. With your mediocre skills, it's not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Wei Feng was instantly enraged. You wolf cub, see if I don't teach you a lesson. Jiang Jingyi couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and kicked Wolf King to the ground and shouted. Stop it, or even if it's your turn, I won't let you compete. Woo woo. Wolf King whimpered and looked at Jiang Jingyi bitterly. Jiang Jingyi slapped his forehead and looked at the sky speechlessly. Why would such a person appear in this world? It really made one helpless. Ayo. But at this moment, Wolf King's ferocious nature erupted and bit Jiang Jingyi's thigh. Before Jiang Jingyi could get angry, it quickly loosened its mouth and ran away without looking back. Everyone present was dumbfounded. He even dared to bite Jiang Jingyi. Was this bastard going to turn the sky upside down? Damn wolf cub, I'll suppress you for 10,000 years. Jiang Jingyi was furious. He thought that Wolf King already knew his mistake. But he didn't expect that he was just distracting him and taking the opportunity to bite him. Cough. Patriarch Lin held back his laughter and coughed dryly. He reminded, Pavilion Master Jiang, pay attention to your status. Humph, I'll take care of you after the competition. Jiang Jingyi snorted and glared fiercely at Wolf King. He returned to his seat and shouted, Wei Feng, do you want to fight or just admit defeat? Even if I'm going to lose, I have to lose with dignity. Wei Feng took a step forward and faced Qing Ming. His courage made many people look at him in a different light. Qing Ming laughed sinisterly and used auxiliary martial arts techniques to attack crazily. At this moment, he displayed all his strength. That fierce attack was like a storm, not giving Wei Feng the slightest chance to breathe. He could only be beaten. In less than 5 breaths. He was covered in injuries and flew out like a bloody man, smashing in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. The first prince hurried forward. With one look, his face turned pale. The other royal youth also hurriedly squatted on the ground and stretched his finger to Wei Feng's nostrils. His arm suddenly trembled and he muttered. He killed second brother. Jiangjini, Jiahe, and Patriarch Lin's eyes changed at this moment. Qin Feiyang's eyes also flashed with a shocking cold light. Cheng Ming laughed sinisterly. I said, from now on, none of you can leave this high platform alive. I'm going to kill you. Another royal youth suddenly raised his head and looked at Qing Ming. With a low roar, he rushed toward Qing Ming like a madman. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.